Good morning. Oh wait, that's ignore me. I'm there. Better. I swear I was prepared. Yes. There, now I'm prepared. How are you today, Beans? There's the music. That's what I was waiting for. Yes, yes. Hi. Hi. And yes, if you saw the teaser, that's a new model that's gonna be a lot more dominant over the coming weeks as we do some VR chat stuff. So yes. And yes, I'm gonna play it again later because it is such a good video that I just have to.
Breaking news. A wild Melina_Swiftwing was just spotted in the lobby of Moxie's Motel. A tier 1 critter.
Thank you, Melina. Yeah, this is a heart. You just have to believe me that this is actually a heart. Is it a heart? How close am I? I'm not getting very close, am I? I'm getting there. Thank you, Melina, for the resub. I never know how I deserve subs, but I'll take them. But yeah, what you saw there briefly and what you'll see again later is a brand new model, and a model that is for now reserved for VR chat. And that's one of the surprises. We're gonna do a lot more VR chat going forward. Starting next Friday, it will involve, of course, community time. You don't necessarily need VR chat to participate. You actually don't need it at all. It's gonna be very stream-based, so stay tuned for, you know, some good surprises next Friday. I'm definitely looking forward to it. But yeah, I've been working on a few things, mostly Kaizo related, and that's why I have this good bean here. This good bean, this wonderful feline helped me set up Kaiso. I already gave him several shout outs and I will give him another one later. A very good bean, Muscle, who gave me suggestions on... Avantlaws.
Breaking news looks like Avantlaws is taking over the team.
You are a bean.
For Alex KFZ7. Thank you for the support.
And yes, it means we're now gonna be busy for the next minute or so. That's fine. I know at least 4 of them actually know what they are up for because they are regulars. Oh, you are a bean, you know that? Oh, you beans. Ow, this hurts. Some of them hurt. We're getting there. It actually pronounced Boo Boy MD correctly. I'm mildly surprised.
Breaking news looks like Avantlaws is taking over the Tier 1 room service bill for when wolves cry out. Thank you for the support, you bean. Look at Melina_Swiftwind, that bean. They just tipped us 100 bitties. They've now tipped an overall of 400 bitties to the motel. Chew 100 bitties for awesome Moxie bean.
You beans are horrible. I love you all. Like I said, I never know how I deserve that, but I'll take all the love I can get. See now I don't know what to say. You already caught me. Completely broke me. Now I hope you all have a wonderful Friday. I hope it's as chill as can be. And you know, that I can help you into a calm and fun weekend, at least a little. But I think we should probably get started with Stream Raiders, because we're at a bit of a bad fight here. Last time we stopped, we actually lost. So we gotta try the boss again. So yes, if you have any supportives, please send them my way. I need them. Let's start here. I just upgraded some of my units a bit, so that should help. And let's just move on from here out. That should do the trick. No, I love you, beans. I'll keep saying it, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't change. It's just coming in here and seeing that you're all already here, and Dalton and Eternal and Melina and Asune, and it means a lot to me that I can come here and just start my stream, and I have so many good beans here, and Avonlaws, like I said, my God, beans and Kara and
Cyberfox is taking over the Tier 1.
Oh, Kara_the_Cyberfox.
Breaking news looks like Kara_the_Cyberfox is taking over the Tier 1 room service bill for Hannah Sagameister.
This never gets old, the _Cyberfox. I love it. This should be your official name. Oh my God, Bean, stop it. Stop it. Thank you. No, I love you all. You're amazing, and I know. I mean, Alex and Roland and Boo Boy and Whiskey, and they are gonna enjoy the emotes, I hope. Speaking of which, I should have a new emote relatively soon. If Twitch comes around and approves it. Probably shouldn't have called it what I called it. That might have delayed it a little, but it is what it is. I'm not spoiling it. No, we should oh my god. Beans.
Breaking news, looks like Eternal_fan is taking over the tier 1 room service bill for Sterling Brick. Thank you for the support. You beans.
Speaking of, I didn't add his information to the to the description yet, but hold on. I'm gonna link it here. There we go. Because this good bean is the one that did the retexture for the glitch. So that good bean you just saw in the music video, his doing. There will be more time to take a closer look later, obviously, and I'm gonna make sure that he's listed down there, but that good bean is the reason that glitch looks as good as he does. And I think he does. Oh yeah, thank you, Eternal. Oh, we actually have a hype train now. Wow. I'm baffled, a bit speechless. This always breaks me because I never know. But otherwise good. Otherwise, ready to tackle the challenges of the day. And those are gonna be a bit unique for me today because I have never in my life played Kaizo. I'm actually going a step further. I have never in my life played Super Mario World. Yes, you can let that settle in. I also have never played Super Mario Brothers. The only Super Mario I played was Super Mario World on Game Boy, Super Mario World 2, and Wario World on Game Boy. Yes, I have never owned a NES or SNES. The first Nintendo console I owned was an N64. So I am going into Super Mario Brothers, or rather into Kaizo, as a complete noob. And that is why it was so important that I had this Bean's support here, because he gave me suggestions on what I should play, so I'm not gonna just flail on stream. And his suggestion was a Plumber For All Seasons. A Plumber For All Seasons is a game that was, well, a hack. It has to be called a hack. That was created over like 5 years. Has handmade consoles. Oh, it's Friday. Has handmade art, has new score. It's a completely unique Mario experience. And it's a bit shorter than Super Mario World. It's like half the length, but has about the same difficulty. So it's not gonna be a skill run. It's not gonna be a speed run. It's gonna be a Kaizo hack that, you know, isn't difficult. So I hope it's gonna be interesting, but I have no idea. I've never played it. I literally only made sure it runs. Nah, Kaizo hacks is what they are called. Besides, I had to buy a legal version of Super Mario World for this. That's all I'm gonna give Nintendo, okay? Yes, I think it's time to switch over. And you know what we have for that? We have a whole new background. Yes. Hold on, let me just load the correct game. There we go. Oh yeah, I know. Nintendo. Let's not talk about Nintendo and have a nice Friday. Oh yeah, you can see I only started it to make sure it works. Actually, can we not delete this save game? Hold on. Let me just see if I can clear the save info. See, I already know how to do all the things. Or we can just start a new game. How about we just start a new game? Well, then you can enjoy a first time here with me. Because I also never have. Ever wanted to spend an entire year with Mario? Lucky you, your dream has just come true. Join your favorite plumber on a storyless stroll through the 4 seasons on this unnamed island. Have fun. Oh, that is a tough question. We're already getting like all the serious choices out of the way. No, I'm not saying plumber. That's for you. What shall we call it? Shall we call it autumn or fall? I hate fall. But I also hate, like, I hate the sound of fall and I hate the spelling of autumn. Can we just call it something else? Can we just call it leaf down? Yeah, let's call it autumn. Is this the divide between Europe and America? Okay. I can jump on stuff, right? Right? See, this is still Mario. It still works the way it does. Okay. Well, that's how it starts. Shush, okay? I'm practicing here. I gotta get the gamer skills right. Boop. Okay, so what is this other attack? Is it bad that I don't even know that? I don't know the difference between these. I'm such a Mario noob. But yeah, my first console was an Atari 7800. No comments there. So there are 5 star coins to be found in each level. Feel free to take them with you, they won't mind. They need a change of scene anyway. Collect all 5 in as many levels as you can to unlock hidden bonuses. I see. Oh, do I have to kick a shell into this? Is that what this is? Oh, what the heck are you? Yay. No. Now I have to admit, I never had a Sega console unless oh, Jesus, I'm bad. Until I had the Dreamcast. I was a huge Dreamcast fan. Yeah, it would have been nice if I would have kept it longer than 3 minutes. Ow! Ow, ow! Ow. Okay, so how do I pick up the shell? Can I pick up the shell? Or do I just... Okay, I just do that. Yeah, the Dreamcast was... Scree. Yeah, the Dreamcast was such a good console. Also, are you just photobombing me here? Nope. Yeah, I mean, but you can't say that, you know, Sega failed for no reason. They failed. Period. And I mean, a few good things came of it because it did open the whole market a little bit more. Yeah, Glitch has a point. Super Metroid, Chrono Trigger. You know, those are... yeah, those were big games. No! Okay, that jump was a bit further than... what? Let's try that again. I've also... yeah, I mean... I suppose since I've never had a SNES, it's kind of obvious that I also never had Chrono Trigger. I'm shit at this. Hey, Res. How are you today, Bean? Can I pick up a shell? No? Okay. No, we should be better than this. Also, why is my... oh. The Stream Raiders pop-up is not meant to be up there. Oh well, I'm not changing that now. So yeah, good morning, Res. Welcome to me being really shit on stream. I think hold on, I gotta change this. I think I have a really bad lag on the controller here. I don't like this. I think this might be what's there. I'll just say this was the reason. But let me... no, it's not that bad. There is definitely a bit of a delay on this controller. I have to admit, I tried playing this with my Xbox controller, and the D-pad on it is just... it's a nightmare. And it's just so bad that I decided I cannot play the game with the Xbox controller. Okay, that didn't work. There. So I actually purchased a cheap SNES controller. And yeah, it has a bit of an input lag. I don't think it is made for what I'm using it for. But it's okay, I have it. It shall be enough for this. Yes. If you weren't aware yet, Res, well, recently, yesterday. Very good fops. Dies regularly on stream. Oh, what is this? Oh, is that how the level finishes? Yeah, the one I have is just a cheap, like really cheap, Amazon Chinese SNES controller with USB. But yeah, I'm not overly happy. Oh, okay. Do I have to always press up? Yeah, looks like. Dual sense. Dual sense. I mean, that's like a dual shock, but more sensual, I suppose. Can I shoot these? No. Can I? No, I can't get under it. And I can't... How do I trigger these? Yeah, I thought that I would only be able to do a shell. Can I do a shell underwater? I like the soundtrack. Oh yeah, hold on. Whoop. No. Oh. Okay, that was bad. I'm bad at this, okay? I'm bad. I'm bad at this. Sprint jump is a thing? How do you sprint jump? Oh, no, I didn't. How do you run? Oh, those two buttons run. I see. Can I pick up a shell? How do I pick up a shell? Oh, those are good oh, I was not aware they wake back up. Oh, those are good emotes. Hold on, I gotta take a closer look at them. Yes, I do like those.
I'm Cute Crash, by the way.
I'm surprised they already got approved. Maybe they are... Wait, are they approved? Are those Twitch or better Twitch TV? Wow, impressive. And if you need help with that, you know, you can just send it to me and I'll remove the background for you real quick. No problem there. Whee! Yeah, now that I know I can sprint jump, this is definitely helpful. No! You pooper. Can I jump on fish? Because I was able to jump on the flower. I like this soundtrack. Do I really have to dive under that fish there? No, I can get from the other side. There. Okay, I can't jump on. No! No! Yeah, I liked the appearance of Yoshi's Island. I really did. I never played it, so... but I can see stuff like Yoshi's Island being on my list. Nope. Yeah, I thought you can, but I was a bit hesitant trying that yet. I mean, no. I'm good at this. Shush. I'm already at level 2. I could also have done that, huh? Yeah, I've recently watched a streamer play... what's it called? Princess Toad something something. It's a Game Boy... a Game Boy DS jump and run about Princess Toadstool. I think that was her, not Daisy. And it just impressively difficult for a game that, you know, that you'd expect is more kid-oriented. It really made me think about just playing some of those games instead. Some Game Boy Color, some Game Boy Advance. There are so many good games out there for those systems. Pooper. I don't like those jumpers. They make me uncomfortable. I'm not good at evasion. Yeah, I think I just gotta hold the sprint button. No! I needed more skill than I had to get that one, I think. Or can I get that from here? No, doesn't look like. No. But I can already tell that if I want to go back to playing Kaizo, I need a better controller. I can already tell you this is not going anywhere. Not on a professional level, at least. But that's okay. We're here to have fun. We're not here to speedrun or skill run. Is that what you call it? I don't know. The sky is huge, isn't it? I bet there's enough room up there for a whole secret world or something. You know that red dotted levels have 2 exits, right? Just making sure. No, I actually didn't know that. Do I go down? Well, yeah. Because you were so much fun when you every time you fell. Nah, no one should speed run unless they absolutely enjoy it. Because if you don't enjoy speed running, it can be a very, very stressful experience. Let's see, what is this? What is this? I have no idea. Yeah, I love watching speedrunners. is that what it is? Now, I love watching speedrunners, but I wouldn't have the patience for it. No, no. Stop it. Stop going through walls. Yeah, no, speedrunning is not for me. What? Wait, what? No? No, it just took a while to come back down. Okay. It's like I enjoy a challenge, but yeah, that's kind of my issue. At some point, when anything is time-based, I'll just get to a point where I don't have the concentration, so I'll just rush. And then each rush makes it more likely I die the next time around. It's... I think the last time I really played a game that could be considered speedrunning was probably Super Meat Boy. And, I mean, I had fun. Super Meat Boy was such an amazing game. The first, not the second. Let's not talk about the second. Thank you, Russ. I don't quite like how small the avatar is on this. I don't quite like how small the avatar is on this, but I feel like it just works with this game and the chat and all. Yay! You know, this weekend I actually am setting up a change to this redeem. Just as a spoiler, because in the future it's gonna turn everything black and white. Well, you must have missed it then. That was in the intro. Now, I'll bring it back later, during a break. But for now, the only way you get to see the new model... Wait, can I go down there? No. Is in the intro. But there will be more. It's not going to be a VTuber model. It's going to be a VR chat model. So anytime you see me in VR chat, it's going to be the glitch. I don't want to call him that because the glitch is someone else, but I don't have a name yet. So let's just call it Other Moxie. I mean, the basic idea behind it is that this Moxie was always meant as a bit of an analog glitch, as a bit of a, you know, distortion in the TV, as a disturbance of a signal. Whereas the new one is meant as a digital version of it. And you will get your boop in just a second, as soon as I'm out of here. So yeah, and the new one is more of a digital glitch. Yeah, I think this is actually a good difficulty level for me. It's right on the level of challenging, with a fair amount of failure. But I can do it. But yeah, here, let me pause here real quick. Because you get... I hope this works on this screen. I don't think I actually tested this. Let's see if I break everything. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't actually boop here. Whoop. There we go. Had to reset. Yeah, because I can't go big here. But you just have to boop me manually, Jakey. I apologize. Here, how about this? I can... Hand tracker, hello? No, okay, I can't even help boop myself. The hand tracker doesn't go that high. But Yeah, too distracted to do stream raiders. That was one issue I was worried I might have today. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, this is gonna hurt. I don't think I even have to put a spell down. We're not gonna do 5 skulls with 4 people. That's okay. I didn't expect the first match to work out. We're gonna restart that here in a second.
Don't die.
Oh no, too late. We're gonna die. We're dead. That's okay. Yeah, we're gonna die so hard. That's okay. The first match is usually a horrible one. That's just how it goes. You always gotta warm up. That's why I usually... Wait, are we winning this? No, we're not. We got surprisingly close. I didn't think it would go that well. But yeah, let's try that again. Yeah, we'll also have more people, I guarantee you. It's just, this is how it always is for the first match of the stream. Can't change that. Whee! I really like this soundtrack. It's really catchy. Let's see what we have down here. Wait, does this... Oh, this does work underwater. No! How do I get down there? Maybe through here? Hey, G-Money? GLM? Let me know what you prefer. Good morning, how are you today, Bean? Ik hide. But yeah, come on in, make yourself comfortable. Watch someone play games really badly. In case you need that. Oh, I'm pretty good today, I can't argue. This is actually my very first time playing Super Mario World. And based on suggestions, I jumped into an easy Kaizo. So yeah, I'm having a good day. And I hope so do you. Now, let's first see what's down there. Yeah, and I have the feeling this won't be my last. Ow. Dropped a bit too fast. So, should I take the exit up there? I feel like I probably should, because this looks like the actual path I should take for the map. No, oh, go away. So let's check up here. No, I didn't mean to go back. I just wanted to... Ah, you butt. You butt. Let's try that again. Oh, this looks evil. I don't like this. Ah, okay, I do like this. There we go. There, pro gaming. No. Oh. I really like this soundtrack. No, no, not here, fishy, fishy. They can go their own way. Oh my god, Axel F, seriously? I did not hear that and now I'm not sure I wanna. What are these things anyway? Are those meant to be mouths? Rumor has it there's a secret world in the sky, existing beyond the cycle of the seasons. There are 4 entrances to it, 1 in each season. Got all star coins yet? The more you got, the more there'll be to explore. Okay, I figured out which button to hold. I'm learning all the things. Perilous plant place. Ah, I could have gotten this one. I'm not... What the heck are you? Okay. So I can't jump on top and you're resistant to fire. Okay, but that does work. I do feel like at some point I should get through some Mario games. It's like the last one I did play was Super Mario Galaxy. And fun one. Nearly finished it. Am I meant to go down? No. Yeah, but I thought I can't jump on their head. It's like the last time... Oh, I see. The last time I jumped on their head... Oh, is that what I meant to do? No. Okay, let's try that again. I mean, I don't have to pick up the coins again, do I? No. Okay. I didn't think so. Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that. That I could just bump it from the bottom. Ah, come on. That is unfair. I thought I would go back to pick up that shell. I didn't think the shell would immediately despawn. That was rude. Come on, I'm practicing my timed jumps. This was purely for practice. No, that was the wrong one. Yeah, it's a few years before persistent levels. Was... Oh yeah, of course, Super Mario World was a launch title, huh? Hey, we're 7% through. 7. I remember he actually said this is one that I could beat during one stream. I will take his word for that. We'll see if he holds true. Okay, but yeah, the coins are gone even if I die. I wonder if I maybe should try to switch to the Xbox gamepad, that because the delay here is just a bit annoying. Let me see if it's better. As much as I hate that gamepad for the D-pad. Let me just change the controls real quick. And let's see if that is a bit better. Oh, nope. Gotta restart it first for that, so just 1 second. Let me just save a position. Yeah, but I'm not confident that what I have isn't caused by the controller, and I want to make sure it's not. Because if I cause an artificial delay, I only hurt myself. So let's just 1 second. I'm just setting up the controller real quick. And let me just see if this behaves differently. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is much less of a delay. So I suppose this was part of the problem. That I... Oh, but now I switched the buttons around, didn't I? Oh, I see. That should be B, and that should be A, and that should be Y, and that should be X. Okay. Yeah, this is much more responsive. You know, you wouldn't think that it's an issue. Okay, that was dumb. That it's an issue creating a USB controller that has no input lag. I already intentionally purchased the... No. Intentionally purchased the wired and not the Bluetooth version, because it was rather clear that the Bluetooth version would be horrible. Also, let me just a second here. Hold on. There we go. Just had to move the stream raiders warning away. Yeah, I gotta admit, it's actually, despite the fact that I hate the D-pad on the Xbox controllers, this behaves better than the one I had. Huh? Nah. I still gotta get better at actually jumping well on spots. That's definitely something I have to train. Come on, come on, I can do this. There. I have to admit, I've never played a Pikmin. I rented the GameCube version and played that for like maybe 15 minutes or so, and then wanted to get back to it and never had time before I had to give it back, and then I just never went and picked it up again. So, yeah, I have to admit, never played a Pikmin either. It's very obvious that I was a PC gamer early on and just never caught up on the console games. No. Yeah, but I'll be honest with you, Shaky. The day I buy a Switch is the day that I openly support Blizzard. Which means never. I mean, if you're okay with making Bowser cry, then there are ways to play Switch games that don't require a Switch, but don't make Bowser cry. I'll be honest, I had that moment because my work gave free stuff away and one of them was a Switch and I'm like, nah, thank you. Because it doesn't help if you get a free Switch. You still gotta give Nintendo money to buy the games that aren't for free. And I'm not okay giving Nintendo money, I'll be that honest with you. I'm okay buying a used copy of a Super Mario World, so I'm legally covered. And that's about as far as I'm going. Because used copies don't go to Nintendo. But you know what you can't do with Switch? You can't buy used copies. So, nah, yeah. No, I'm okay not owning a Switch. And yeah, you go have a wonderful day at Do Not Disturb. Sorry, I know I keep making that joke. That joke is getting old. Oh, you can buy used... Yeah, but then you gotta give GameStop money. You know, that's like replacing one evil with another evil. Nah, I'm totally fine not owning a Switch. I own more than enough games on I own more than enough games on Steam to, you know, play whatever I want, and I don't have to go beyond that. I have a PlayStation Vita laying around somewhere that I just need to pull out because it has all the emulations on it. And the Vita is really good for emulation. I still have an original Vita with the OLED display. So the really nice one. But yeah, I think I would buy a modded older console like a Super Nintendo or a GameCube long before I would buy a Switch. Yeah, I love homebrew. I mean, that's the main reason I had my Vita for. Homebrew and emulation. I wish we would have gotten a more homebrew console market at some point. Like you had these short-lived Android-based consoles. Like what was the one with Q called again? I forgot again already. It was such a short-lived, ugly little thing. I think it was with Q or O or something. But it's just, yeah. Like we bought one of those Steam stick things. No, not the Stadia. The Stadia was more a streamer console, but the how do you get up there? Yeah, Ouya, exactly, the Ouya. Essentially a smartphone in shape of a console. Like it was a tiny little box and it was essentially just an Android phone that you could play Android games on. Oh, I thought I would start walking, damn it. It was bad. The Ouya was bad. The Steambox, not so much. I mean, the Steambox was... I bought one. Yeah, by the time I bought a Wii, it's already been pretty late into the Wii. I remember we bought it with like WarioWare and a few other games, and I was actually so let down by most games I had. Because, well, I mean, I was a PC gamer, a die-hard PC gamer at that point, and then I bought those Wii games and I expected at least some, you know, games. But essentially all you got were just dumb physics-based minigames. I mean, that was literally all the Wii was. Like, WarioWare? Yeah, sure, it kind of was fun, but having 40 minigames and each of them only takes like 5 seconds, that was absolutely not what I wanted to get out of a console. And I mean, of course, you had Wii Fit and everything, which in the end all just felt like a collection of minigames and nothing else. And all those good games were much deeper in. Yeah, I played Twilight Princess on GameCube for 2 hours or so. It doesn't help that I've never been a Zelda fan. I have like no connection to Zelda whatsoever. And Twilight Princess was weird. Weird enough with the whole transformation thing that I had fun. But it all boiled back down to I just didn't enjoy the actual gameplay. Unlike this, I'm actually really, despite the fact that I'm so shit at this, I'm really enjoying this gameplay. I apologize that you keep seeing the same level over and over again. Just Just get used to it. Oh no! No! Come back. Oh, come on. That was not even okay. How can I... Can I not jump diagonally? No, I can't jump diagonally. Do I really have to set the input for diagonal buttons? I thought you would just accept that both work, game. Yeah, that... Now I can jump diagonally. It would help. I just unlock all the features bit by bit. That's how it works. Poop flower. I'm pretty sure there are many explanations for why I'm so clumsy, and only a few of them are explained with stuff like controller lag. But yeah, I do definitely need to see if I can find a controller with a better D-pad. No, it's a frickin' duper stupid. I missed both. Now let's see. See, if you can jump diagonally, this becomes a lot easier. Yay! Oh, that wasn't even the end of the level. I was getting excited. Yay, secret. Oh, is that always at halfway? Come on, I did not see that coming. How can you see that coming? Poop. There, I'm practicing all the moves. Wait, what have you seen? Oh, well, I wanted a shell there. Yay! You've seen IT. Have you seen IT? The sound of spring. Whee! Wait, when are you meant to jump? Oh, you're meant to hold it. I see. Whee! Ah, no, yeah, well, okay, I thought I was meant to use the shell there. I tried to turn around in the last moment, even though I shouldn't have. Here's a question. Are these question mark blocks that give you the coins, are they coin-based or are they time-based? Because I have this faint memory from Super Mario Brothers, from Super Mario Land, that they are time-based. That in Super Mario Land, the faster you would jump into them, the more coins you would get. And that's not the case in Super Mario World? Because sometimes I have the feeling that I get less out of it if I do it slow. Well, you can't call it an oddball title if it's the first in the series. I mean, it was still different back then, yes. Finally we did it. Carol and Sune, congrats on your scrolls. Now let's start a new map. Yeah, let's just start here. Nothing special on the first few fights. This music is so catchy. I really like this. Rude. Now Mario Land was great. I remember playing... Oh, they actually pop back out of their shell even if you carry them? Rude. Wait, did Super Mario... What was... I thought Super Mario Land was the first that came out. Did the NES version come out prior? It didn't help that I only had a Game Boy and I wasn't even aware of an NES until years later. No! Okay, now I'm curious. How much longer? How long after Super Mario Bros. Did Super Mario Land come out? Oop. I mean, there's also the really old Super Mario Bros. The one that had the single screen. Really? Wow. No. Okay, come on. I want this coin down there. There, finally. Yeah, Mario Land, I mean, like I said, for me it was the first, so it's probably a bit different. But it... The complete lack of persistent memory was one big issue. I mean, back then, you know, you didn't have batteries in your games. So if you turned a game off, you lost the memory. And sometimes games would compensate by having special codes you could enter, so you could just continue where you left off. But Super Mario Land wasn't one of them. And yes, music was great. I loved that game. %. I think my skills in this might have been way overestimated when he said I could finish this in one stream. We're still in the first season. I mean, that exists. That is... Whoops. That is the game that I watched someone play on Game Boy DS. It's essentially a surprisingly difficult... looking, complicated game where Princess Daisy has 4 different abilities based on elements. Like, when she has the water element, she just cries endlessly, and her endless tears will actually help flowers grow and drown enemies. And it's a really weird game, but it looked really interesting. I watched a streamer play the game for very extended periods, and it has some great bosses and all. Oh my god, how can I be so shit at this? Also, I thought I turned you off. Did I not? Oh no, I turned the wrong thing off. There. Because I hate how it always pops up in front of my head. I forgot to move. I moved the stream radars down there, but I didn't move the ready screen down there. Of course. I'm old. I remember all these things. And Super Scope was fun. But it was never available in Germany because it was illegal to have fake firearms in Germany. And that was just not okay with the government. So I've never seen it in Germany. I don't actually know anyone who had a Virtual Boy. No, nothing. Let's see if I can come from the other side. No, I can't. Oh, I don't want to go back down there. Yeah, I didn't have a light gun until PlayStation 1. I then had one with PlayStation 1 with, you know, stuff like House of the Dead. I think it was PlayStation 1. It's been a while. That's also one of those things that just disappeared more or less completely. Light guns. I mean, nowadays, they wouldn't work. No! Like all the old light guns, if you aren't aware, no longer work. Because they relied on the refresh rate of your CRT. So they can't... there are some that work with flat monitors, but any of the old ones you can literally just throw away at this point because you will never get them to run again. Which is always sad. The Action Max? I don't remember that as a console. I just remember Action Replay. Whee! Okay, let's not die this time. How do I get down there? It worked. I'm fine with that. This was a bad idea, though. There, I got the coin. That's all that mattered. I just needed the coin. I held the jump button, dear game. Yeah. Why does this game even have a game over if there is no punishment to it? I mean, literally the only punishment for a game over is that you have to start at the beginning. To be honest, yes. The problem is with a death counter that someone has to keep updating it. Hey DJ, hi. How are you today, Bean? How was your road trip through America? Yeah, you always have such a good chill stream for music especially. What? What happened? You lost followers? Oh, Bean. Oh, wait, am I? What is that flag? I hope this level is over soon. I'm scared. I'm scared of falling to my death. No. This game is stressing me out already. No. Yes, I am scared. Oh, I'm sorry, DJ. It's an uphill battle. Yeah, I'm horrible at them, Asune. It's my main reason for doing this is because I do want to get better. Because I feel like there is so much I just haven't done or haven't seen. And I like difficult games. I like games with a fair challenge. And I feel like that's, you know, Kaizo is a really good example for that. Wait, can I only get in there if I'm large? Oh no, I can sprint jump while standing. Okay. I mean, I am. To some degree. I don't like ruthless difficulty. Like, some of those typical Kaizo levels that are just meant for pure skill and you die 1,000 deaths. Not for me. But, you know, this feels fair, and so far I haven't run into any issues where I felt like the game was unfair to me. Maybe except this jump. I hate this jump. Hold on. Gotta take a quick break. Yeah. Oh yeah, Temple Runner, wasn't that a mobile game? But yeah, if you are looking for any nice chill morning streams, usually morning, I mean, recently a bit all over the place, but always good streams. So yes, if you need some chill music, if you need some chill, sometimes Call of Duty, sometimes American Truck Simulator, all across, then please say hi to DJ. Very, very good bean.
Now I need a health station. There should be one here. Never mind.
F.
I got killed by a mine.
No, DJ is a very, very good bean. And please send love. No, no, no. Stop it. Stop hurting me. Game. Deathloop. No, thank you. I downloaded it through the Game Pass and no. No, no. Oh my god, is that game bad. I hate that game so much. I hate everything about Deathloop. I hate the the enforced multiplayer part. I hate the characters. Oh my god. The characters are so obnoxious. I just want them to die. It doesn't matter whether it's you or that female enemy that you meet early on. They're just so unlikable. I feel like between Deathloop and Redfall, I have my fill of bad FPS shooters from that company. So please do better, please. Well, it's okay. We're gonna get. Oh, if you enjoy it, absolutely. I think it is. It also has a lot to do with the fact that I don't like PvP. So if you shove PvP forcefully down my throat in a game that I feel like really doesn't need it, I don't like it. I thought the whole invasion thing is, yeah, I mean, okay, you can turn it off, but it's a main part of the game. It's a main part of the difficulty, is that you can be invaded and murdered. And I feel like if you turn that off, you essentially just play on easy. Then you don't play the game they want you to play. I don't like the idea that it's in there in the first place. I play these games usually to chill and enjoy. Oh, you can. Oh, are they just NPCs then? Okay. Yeah, it's like, I like these games for completionism. Dishonored, for example. I love digging through the Dishonored maps and finding all the little tidbits and secrets. But if you're permanently under time pressure, it's just... definitely not for me. I heard the gunplay was fun, though. This jump is breaking me. But I'm getting better bit by bit. It's a slow uphill battle. Slow uphill battle. And yeah, Avan Laws, I can't disagree. I've been trying to come up with an idea on whether I can disagree, but no, I actually can't. It's... I feel like these studios have gone through so much pain that, you know, just make something new. No. I shouldn't read and jump at the same time. That's a bad idea. Beauty resides in the optics of the observer. Yeah, I love Wario World. That was one of the few Game Boy games I 100%ed because it was good. It was so far superior any other platformer of the time. The problem with Wario is that it was too easy. It felt like the game was made for kids. So doing like a 100% completion took you maybe 5-6 hours tops. Never played that. I don't think that was a Game Boy game, was it? That was later on. Brink, yeah, Brink was fun. Yeah, I never had an NES. But yeah, Brink was fun and horrible at the same time. Yeah. It had this first life when it came out, where it like literally lasted a week. Then it kind of just disappeared completely, and then they had a few good sales and they gave it away for free for a while. And fucking hell. And then they gave it away for free and it was ultra cheap, and that kind of like gave it another 2 or 3 weeks of lifespan, and then it was gone completely again. Excitebike, I think, was also NES, wasn't it? I just remember what it looked like. There was one NES game I played once for like 5 minutes, and that was a Star Wars. I think it was Return of the Jedi. But yeah, NES zero experience. So you could literally list all the games the NES ever had, and I would probably not know none of them. I feel like I should practice that jump. Maybe I should just set a save state there and keep trying until I succeed. Because that's an evil jump. That is beyond my skill level right now. There we go. Oh no, wait, I don't have to go back up. Already been there. There, I did it. 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 Whew. Might more. Oh, I see. But boring? Boring? Yeah, I don't think you will get infected. Oh, this is a catchy song. I like this. Can you shoot ghosts? Okay, you can't. Let's see if I can kill the big one at least. No, I can't. This is such a good soundtrack again. Yeah, whoever did this did such a good job. Am I meant to go up there? Yeah, looks like. What do you do? Oh, come on, I need to get through there. Coin, 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 coin. Coin, coin, coin. How do I get to that coin, though? No! No, I just gotta figure out how to get down there. Probably from the top. Oh, is that what they do? There, I don't need to collect all the coins. Give me your shell. And what is that even? Is that just a ghost lizard? Yeah, I wanted to go up here first before I go down. Ah, I thought the invulnerability frame would last long enough that I can jump in there. Yeah, let's pause here real quick and do the battle. I imagine I'm gonna run into them sooner or later, Melina. So far, I'm surprised this game hasn't really been fucking me over. And congrats, Karth, on the extra monies. Nah, I don't need to collect that. I can do that later. Let's do the random, like the random. Ow, ow, ow. It's now the knockout cam here. Okay, now let's see if we can get through there this time. Yeah, let's not collect all the coins. I don't think I have to collect the coins anyway. Okay, but this time I'm taking it up there to get the timing a bit better. There. Well, that didn't help at all. Yeah, I want to, but it's not gonna happen. No. That was rude. I should have seen that coming and I didn't. I do like that the ghosts had the courtesy to actually write ghost house on the outside of the house. Just, you know. Wait, what hole? What hole? Down there? Oh. Yeah, that was not intentional. Ghost butts. But I want that coin. I'm not leaving without that coin. Oh, come on. Oh, you boop. Boop. There. Ghost butts. Hey, Evie. Good morning. How are you today, Bean? We're 12% through. Ghost butts. You know, I imagine that half the people have no idea what we're talking about, and the other half is giggling. Yeah, feel free to share if you know what I'm talking about. Stupid, sexy ghost butts. No! Poop.
Just checked in.
Thank you for the follow. Stupid Wigger? Interesting name. I'm kind of curious. What? Oh. Are you so sure about that? I mean, I'll take your word for it. Oh, okay. Is that a slang word I was not aware of? Oh. Okay, I can see where this is going. See, this is an issue. That is why you need a good mod. Because I don't know these slang words. I can... Yeah, I don't think I have to Urban Dictionary it. I can see where it's going. But yeah, I don't assume by default that anyone is doing bad. That's always my default. It's like my default setting is that everyone means good. But that's a very me problem. Yeah, that is a good idea. Let me just go back real quick. Give me 1 second. No, but what I can do is we can just replay the last follower before then. Hold on, let me actually do that real quick. Because I think that should work now. No.
In axolotl pain _Jakey just checked in.
Okay, I'm not sure how that worked. That was not the button I pushed. I don't know if Jakey did that, but it worked. I'll take it. Thank you, Bean. But you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna go take a very quick break. And so you beans are not alone while I take the break. I think it's time to play the video one more time because... how about this? First I tell you... I always thought if you unfollow and refollow, it actually doesn't replay again. But yeah, let's not talk about annoying people. So what I wanted to say is, new model. If you weren't here a few hours ago, then you might not have seen it yet, but yours truly is working on a new model that will become a primary model in anything VR chat. And I thought I would just record a little video to introduce the model to you. I played that for the intro, so if you were here earlier, you've already seen it, but I'm gonna go play it again because I'm gonna take a quick 3-minute break and I'll be right back. Enjoy.
Hina
Yeah, I thought you might enjoy that, Abby. Yes, this is my new model, and the model that will become the primary model for anything VR chat related, which will start next Friday. So stay tuned for that. But yes, it's a good bean. And going forward, this is what my pre-roll will be like. So if you liked what you saw, you're definitely gonna see more of that. But it's time to get back into it. Let's start this again. And of course, later today, we're actually gonna hop into VR chat, so if you wanna hang out, please join us. And no, you don't have to join our K-pop band. But yeah, the song, if you're wondering, was changed. I actually have to look up by whom. Damn it, that was dumb. That was very dumb. I think we'd make a good K-pop band. Yeah. I don't know why I keep collecting coins. I'm kind of addicted to collecting them, even if I don't need them. When, in all truth, I just want that dang coin finally. Oh, really? It did? That is impressive. I always wonder if there is an automatic system taking place. Like, if an account has been... Come on. There we go. You know, if an account is banned on so many channels that it's just automatically banned. Yeah. You and Celeste, no comments there. It's like, that is as close to Kaiso as it can get. Oh, crap, come on. There we go. I finally got the coin. I don't care now I died. That's good. Yeah, I mean... Like, I feel like there is nothing good you can do with that word that would justify why it's not banned. Poop. Poop. Here's a little bit of a fun story. Many years ago, I worked for Sony Online Entertainment as a volunteer for customer support. Very high ranked, though. I was one of the 5 highest ranked people there. And essentially our job was that if there was a server outage, if a server crashed, we would hop onto that server and essentially help people back up. Say, if you died during a raid, we would res everyone so they wouldn't get XP loss. If any items were lost, we would restore them. We would get people to where they died. You know, essentially just helpful community support. And part of that service was name checking. So when you created a character in the game, we would get a pop-up asking if that name is okay. And you had 60 seconds to either accept the name or reject it. If you reject it, then they get a notice saying the name is not okay and to try again. And if you don't respond in the full minute, then it's automatically accepted. And I had this guy who for like the better half of a day tried to get racist names through that filter with any misspelling that he could squeeze through. Like hundreds. And he would just, oh, this is evil. Yeah, I gotta get them away from here first. And he would keep going. Like I can't give you any examples here because I don't think I have to, but he would just keep going and again, and this one, and that one, and that one. And every like 3 or 4 minutes you saw another pop-up from the same account ID with yet another racist name. And we actually started a conversation, like, what are we gonna do to him? Because, you know, at some point, this name is gonna pop up on someone's screen that is not paying full attention right now. Or maybe that person is AFK and then that name goes through. What then? So we actually decided to allow... No, I wouldn't. I would not start guessing them. That's how bad they... I thought I would turn around in time. But that's how bad they were. So... eventually, we just let one through because we had to. Because, like I said, the big issue was, what if we all go offline? Then the automatic system is just going to approve it. So we let one name through that wasn't too bad and then talked to the guy. Like, 2 of us appeared in front of him in GM armor and all the stuff that you had back then to make sure you look authentic. Like, back then, we were the only ones that had particle weapons. The whole game didn't have particle weapons and our weapons sparkled. That was a very dumb move. So it was very obvious that, you know, something is going on if you suddenly have people in bright blue armor with animated weapons in front of you telling you that they need to talk to you. And that guy was so embarrassed when we told him that we've been essentially rejecting all his names and we had to let one through because we wanted to talk to him and to tell him that those names are not okay. And oh my God, he was so embarrassed. I don't know if he thought we're about to ban him, but he was, I think he was crying. It was such a fond memory of such a dumb event. That was EverQuest 1. Long ago. It was a good time. It was a really good time. Yeah, because, you know, you don't think about that. You're just that dumb little kid that, haha, funny racist name, I won. And then the adult comes over and goes like, you know, it's not like we haven't been watching you enter all of those words. Okay. Up. Oh, this is evil. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I made it through. Yes, thank you. Yeah, you can only hope. Now, I do have to admit, I think having been working for MMO companies was one of the best times I've ever had. Okay, I assume we're coming out of that door. No. You and me? Definitely, yeah. I actually saw you log on the other day. I wanted to say hi, but you logged off so fast. I think you were just doing the daily pickups, which I know I always do as well, so... No! Yeah, that's the first thing I do every morning. Even if I don't play... Gotta get the daily loot out of the way. And yeah, I mean, one issue is that... Oh.
Breaking news. A wild seek-dove fox was just spotted
Seek.
in the Moxie's Motel. A 2-1 critter.
Thank you, Seek. It's very sweet of you. How are you today, Bean? And yes, I'm in... I mean, I am, in my defense, I am playing... I'm playing the one that Muscle said is as difficult as the original Super Mario World, but not as long, and is a great... That's fine, that was a suicide worth it. And is worth playing as the first one. So this is my first experience with literally any Super Mario World ever. And I decide to go Kaizo. And yes, please check out the Seek. Very, very good fops. Very,
Yes!
Exactly. A lot more dedicated in these kind of games than I am. Oh god, yes, I know. Recently someone played one of my clips and it was the old Star Trek one where I killed the red shirt. Like long ago as Yetta. I do have to clean up my clips eventually. You know what we should do? Yeah, ESO is huge, but it has, I mean, it's 10 years old and keeps getting updated. Now, ESO is a great game to play if you have no idea what you want to do today. Then ESO is always my game of choice, because there's always something you can do in it. I love all the little tidbits you can do. I love the card game. I love the I hate these RAMs. But yeah, I like the archaeology part they have. It's fun. But yeah, you should get ready for your Pathfinder. Have a wonderful day, Eternal, and thank you for coming on in. Oh yeah, I do have an Arcanist, the new class. Love it. Oh, it is so fun. I mean, it does feel like it was heavily inspired by specific EverQuest 2 classes. Not EverQuest 2, Final Fantasy. But I like the class. It's a fun class to play. Oh my god, I hate these ramps. Can I go in here? Yes, I can. And yeah, you do need the DLC for the new class. But absolutely worth it. What? Why? Like a falling stone. Is this the boss? I suppose this is the boss of the spring world. You bud. I like this soundtrack. Yeah, it's like, what happened? And I'm really curious, what the fuck can happen that you would have to declare a pair of shoes as an illegal item for esports? I'm not sure why I did that. But yeah, I definitely want to know more. I mean, in all fairness, I feel like everyone should ban Crocs. Oh, you can't jump on top of them either. I kind of thought you could stand on top. Couldn't you stand on top in Super Mario 64? No, no, you couldn't. You couldn't either. You know, I've seen some really good hacked versions of Super Mario 64 going around with really cute furries characters and stuff. Maybe it's getting time to play that game too at some point. I did play 64 at some point, very, very long ago. I actually completed it even. I know. What a shock. Oh wait, no, why am I going back in here? I don't think there's any reason. I really like this soundtrack. No, do come back. If I already give my life... Sorry, if I give my size... No. Yeah, let's do the battle real quick. While I try to get back there. Okay, I made it back there even if it took my size. And Concret's kit on the extra scrolls. Okay, we've got a really easy fight here, so don't waste anything. Yeah, that's fine, Evie. Thank you so much for the lurk. You go enjoy your morning. I don't actually have a lurk yet. I should really do that, shouldn't I? You know what? Let me take a note real quick. There. Yeah, I should really put in a lurk. Oh wait, is that... Can I go in here? No. Ah, poopens. Poopens. Yeah, you wish, Sune. I'm currently rewatching Malcolm in the Middle with Eternal because Eternal has never seen it, and come on, it is such a good traditional sitcom. And we just got to the part with Otto and Gretel. I love Otto and Gretel. They are such good characters. And fun fact, in the German version of Malcolm in the Middle, they are actually Dutch. Because, you know, of course you needed to keep an accent. So we just did the most reasonable with it. Is that the red turtle shell? Is that the one from the, what am I meant to do here? Am I just meant to clean up? Weird. Are we getting there, or what was the point of this? Good question. I always forget that you can't hold those so long. Yeah, the gay shell. Okay, checkpoint. Poop. Wait, why is... Oh, is that how it works? That was just the bounce jump. No! Oh, you know, I could also just wait until they go up instead of trying to jump over them. That would make sense. Gay. Or I could just die. Gay. Wait, where did that one go? Just, yay, my people need me. In the last moment, I decided that I shouldn't jump, but I already ran too far before my brain suddenly decided that. I swear, my brain knows what it wants half the time. I was a bit late. Let's see, what am I meant to do with this? Not here. You know, I don't expect that they wake up so fast. I fall for that every time. Let's see what's up here. Nothing. No. I suppose I can't go down there. But I wanted to test it anyway. Haha. But I kind of wanted this one. Nope, I wanted the other one. There. Wow. That was dumb. Yeah, much better. How, though? Because you can't stand on top of them. Oh, does that work? Oh. Yeah, I suppose that does work. Oh, thank you. See, I'm learning all the tricks. We're getting there. Slowly but steadily. Is this the boss fight? Okay, I need to get up there to get the turtle shells. So I do need to use that bouncy jump. Pokemon sleep? Do I even want to know what bullshit idea they came up with now? No. Okay, hold on. I need to look this up. I need to look this dumb idea up. Because I can already tell you it's probably gonna be dumb. Well, I mean... It has 2.9 stars. Any questions at this point already? So what is this? Place your smart device by your pillow to track your daily sleep. Snoring and sleep talking? No, thank you. Just... Folks, you want good sleep? Turn your fucking phone off. If you want good sleep, just turn it off. You know what I do? I turn it off. I have good sleep. No. It's... The problem I have with sleep apps is not that they exist. You know, if you want to use a sleep app, go ahead. The problem is that they give you these weird promises and weird goals that in most cases are pointless. You don't need to gamify everything. It's always 3, isn't it? It's always 3. Yeah, it's always 3. You'd never do anything else. Oh, I see. So now I can move on to summer. Amber Waves of Grain. We finished our first season. I do like all these hand-drawn art pieces. Okay, I can jump on top of them. Oh, I thought it would still last a little bit longer. Whee! No, go away. I didn't think it would come down the second time. Oh, Jake, you don't have to buy me games. Which one? No one has to buy me games. I have way too many games to already get through anyway. Yeah, I love Sonic Adventure DX. I'll be honest, I finished it on Dreamcast, including, you know, the mini pet thing. I don't remember what they were called. I loved the game. I purchased it on PC, I just never went back to it. I don't know. It's fun. It's a fun game. But at the same time, I feel like once I've played it, I just had no... I should have waited there, damn it. I have no reason to really return to it. Like, it was a good game, but I'm not sure I would consider it replay value. Yeah, I can, but I do need him, is the problem. Because I need him for these here. Ah, yeah, Likatu, that was his name, wasn't it? Am I meant to drop it a bit off? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's a tough one. And thank you for the head pets, DJ. Rude. Rude. Here's a question for you, Beans. What are your goals or to-do lists for the rest of the day? What do you still want to get going? Oh, you made 2 new clips? Yes, DJ, you should. I know where you are. And I know roughly what time it is. You, Bean, should go to bed. And thank you again for coming on in and saying hi. You're a good Bean. All of you are. That's just general knowledge. But I always appreciate when people say hi. I don't know. I don't know, Sig. I don't know where that came from. Duh. Yeah, hold on. I do need something for that. I don't know why it's 5 minutes 10, but I'll go with that. Imagine a scene from Hoarders. Duh. See, that is how immature I am, Seek. Do you have any remaining questions? Duh is what? Duh. I'm sorry, I'm having way too much of a good time here. No. Clean my room, duh. It is Friday. And in my defense, I added that redemption while I was very intoxicated. No, it's me embodying the emote, duh. Are you fluffy? Duh. Oh, okay, yes. This is a... Oh, shit. I keep forgetting that they are not... patient. Shh. No, we're all fluffy and floofy. You can pick what you prefer. No. I mean, in all fairness, I looked up the other day what places still have weed illegal, and it's getting less and less. So, duh. No, it's please legalize it. Just go ahead. If you can legalize alcohol and tobacco, then you should legalize weed because it is less destructive than either of those two. Here's a fun fact that a lot of people don't know. Did you know that you can't get lung cancer from weed? Just, you know, put that out in the room. Can't get lung cancer. No. It's so the main issue I have with hemp is that it's a perfectly fine fabric that is perfectly fine for a lot of things. It's a very organic product. Like, there is no justification for making hemp illegal, especially once it has been de-drugged. No. Duh. I don't know why I'm so easily entertained by that. I really don't. I shouldn't be. Yeah. No, I'm a firm supporter of cannabis before other things. I've driven taxi in the past. I've been a taxi driver for like 2 years, and I can tell you one thing. No one who was ever high on weed assaulted me, insulted me, or, you know, got me into a hospital. But you know what people did who had alcohols? They insulted me, they assaulted me, and one of them managed to get me into a hospital. It's... From all the people I always interacted with, I would rather interact with a weed-addicted chunky than an alcoholic any given day. what is someone that is just high? They're usually relaxed and chill and nice people. My dad was an alcoholic and he definitely wasn't a nice person. Oh yeah, we do too, Cheeky. We have cannabis restaurants here. Or cannabis bars where you can go and... Shit. That was close. Where you can go and, you know, roll your joint and just smoke one with your friends. Yeah, exactly. Alcohol is not a drug because it's not illegal. You know what's not illegal either? Opioids. And I mean, nothing bad ever came from opioids, right? Not right? But yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's essentially like a cigar lounge, just that you can buy joints there. They have an alcohol license, so you can also buy alcohol there. And just watch a sports game with your friends or, you know, just hang out. The only downside is that they have to be outside of the city area, because Denver doesn't actually allow them in the city. I hate the pattern these are in. Okay. Oh, that I can stand behind, Asune. Please share. Yay. Yay. There we go. Yay. Oh. Oh, is that the Tanuki, isn't it? Hey, what does the Tanuki do? Oh, he floats. Oh, I meant to get up there. Oh, can you fly? Okay, but I can't actually fly. Wait, how am I meant to get up there? Maybe with the... How do I get up there? Like, so run, jump, and then keep pressing jump. How far do I have to sprint? Isn't this enough? Wait, there is more of a sprint? I don't feel like I'm getting faster. Is this not... Yeah, I hold the sprint button. Oh, I see. So it's just shortly before that. Yeah, I need to, like, in the last moment. There we go. See, I'm learning how to play this game. Boop. I can't do that stomp anymore with this. Yes, please. Hey, don't diss my Tanuki. That is why you don't see Tanuki VTubers. They don't want to have those permanent nut chokes. Nah, Tanuki are very good beans. Coins and lives are plenty in this world, but that doesn't mean they are not worth collecting. Who knows what interesting but entirely unimportant things may happen when you reach 99 lives. Wow. I like how we can just have a conversation about ball sex now. Okay, let's not jump on the Spiky Boy. Because Spiky Boy probably doesn't like it when we jump. Burp. 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 Do we get a burp? No, not like that. Yeah, I don't know how that seagull is so... Great, now I have the seagull song stuck in my head. Damn it. Also jumped way too late there. And yes, you are welcome that you also have the seagull song stuck in your head now. That's kind of how this goes. Come on, seagull. Oh, that was the wrong button, goddammit. How do you do this? Oh yeah, those are probably albatrosses, that's true. How are you meant to get this one? Wait, how did I jump so much higher on this one? Yeah, I thought I'm holding the button. Maybe I'm not holding the button in the correct way. Well, let me see if I can test it on this one. Yeah, this time it worked. Let's see. Nearly. There we go. Rude. And yeah, it looks like you can just hold it. I think that was my issue. I was trying to push it in timing, but the game is friendly enough that you can just hold it. Okay, no. I want you to look at this. Hold on. I want you to take a look at this. Because I think this answers my question. 1 coin. 2 coins. They are time-based. That's what I thought. Because I got 2 coins out of this, and now watch this. Do you see this? Ha! I always thought they are all time-based. Poop bird. Yeah, my understanding, the way I always saw this, is that the first jump triggers a timer, and you then have, like, say 10 seconds. And the more often you do it, the better. If you, like, once the time is up, it doesn't just deactivate. No. But it, you know, it gives you one more hit. It gives you a final hit, and I think that's exactly what's happening here. Also, I don't know why I keep collecting them. Poop. Yeah, exactly. Come on, burb. No burb? Okay. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. My fingers are getting cramped. Oh, yeah, that's because this gamepad is definitely not made for playing with a D-pad. Din, 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 din. I love this soundtrack. Yeah, that's why I took the break earlier, to stretch my hands more than anything. Damn it. Yay, let's go down there, the suicide path. Ha! Had to say it. Blah, 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 blah. The Albatross song? I don't know an Albatross song. I only know the Seagull song. You know, Yoda. Do you even know Yoda? See, I'm trying to rush. I shouldn't rush. Rushing is not a good idea. And I can't say that I do. But feel free to send it over. I do like old school techno. Before it turned into EDM. I mean, you can still get old school techno today. It's just usually called Goa. I feel like Goa is closer to old school techno than anything nowadays. Okay, I have no idea what the power there did. But I suppose I didn't find it in time. Oh, you're evil. Nope, jumped too late. Yeah, down-tempo psychedelic EDM, that does sound good. Cybient, is that what it's called? I wasn't aware Cybient is actually a term. Yeah, that's not unusual in Germany. Because, you know, why not? We have a lot of clubs that just don't close. Yeah, no, let's not risk it. I just need the coin. But yeah, you could even do that... You could even do that in my hometown, and my hometown only had 60,000 people. Germans like to party. Yeah, I feel like we probably have to carry that switch back and trigger something earlier in the level. Well, I don't want to do that. I just want that coin. I've never actually been in Berlin. Yeah, flights are cheap. Though, then you still have to go to LA. Who wants to be there? Yeah, you can fly from Munich to Denver for about 400 bucks. I don't know how they still do it. I don't know how they can still afford it, but they can. How do you swim less than that? Do I really have to walk down there? But yeah, a lot of airlines fly direct between Germany and America. No, no. Thank you. I have no reason to go back. I mean, what would I do there? I don't have a computer there. I can't play video games there. Why would I go to Germany? No, I'm not a vacation person in any way. My vacations are at home, relaxed, with video games. Going outside will always be work, period. It's always more relaxing at home than it is anywhere else. Yeah, I'm not a traveler at all. Mostly because I don't like the outside. If it doesn't have an AC, I don't want to be there. It's like, I would be fine living in Australia and never leaving. That's fine with me. Damn it. I'm pampered with German trains is the problem. And so far, everything I've seen in the US is just an absolute nightmare. US trains and US buses don't deserve those names. I mean, I think I would rather take a taxi than take a Greyhound. Oh, come on. Stop falling. I do miss riding trains. Because that was just a lot of fun in Germany and a good way to get around and cheap. Asshole fish. It's just the fact that I can take a 1.5 hour train trip from where I lived to Munich for 25 bucks. Done. Yeah, but what do I want in Salt Lake City? Other than feel uncomfortable. That I can get a lot of there. But yeah, $70 is a ridiculous amount for that, I'll be dead honest. Germany, you paid 25 bucks to get a ticket for 5 people. There, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna... There, got it. You paid 25 bucks for a ticket that is good from Friday morning to Sunday evening for 5 people, all inclusive. Wherever you wanna go. You can spend all weekend in a train for 25 bucks. Because public transportation in Germany is subsidized. So the government actually funds part of that train. Because, you know, they want cars off the streets. Where in the US, it feels more like you only subsidize cars because you want more cars on the street. I think a good example is that when we still went to the office, my office is about a 15-minute car ride from here. 15-minute car ride. To get to the office, I had to get onto a bicycle, take a 10-minute bike ride, then had to store my bike at a train station, then had to get into a train to get to a second train, which then got to a third train, which then brought me into the office, and that took about 2 hours. You know, if it takes you 2 hours to get to work and 2 hours to go home, I'm not surprised that no one uses public transportation. If I can get there in 20 minutes by car, that just shouldn't be a thing. Like, even the smallest cities in Germany have usually half-an-hour bus cycles. It's just... And I walk a lot. You know, whenever I need to go somewhere, I will take a Lyft or an Uber, and then I walk from there. And if you ever walk in America through a city, you know exactly what I'm talking about when I say that it feels like you are not wanted. Like, the city will actively try to get humans off the street and replace them with cars. That's what it feels like. You have horrible pedestrian paths, you have horrible traffic lights. Everything is just so pedestrian unfriendly. If you have a sidewalk, then they are in a miserable condition. I just have to imagine being impaired, having, say, a wheelchair. Having a wheelchair is a nightmare in America. It's just, there is nothing is really prepared, nothing is really, I hate it. And yeah, the lobby, the car lobby, no comments. I just watched a really interesting video about I don't know what it was called, I have to look it up, about a Japanese city that, unlike the rest of Japan, was run by the Americans after the war. And as such, it never got the developments that other Japanese cities did. It never got the public transportation, it never got the train. And nowadays, it's like the most American Japanese city you can imagine. You have 0.9 cars per citizen, instead of Japan, which has like 0.6 or 0.5 by default. You have barely any public transportation. Traffic jams are the norm. It is literally the most American city in Japan. It wasn't Okinawa. I know I linked it to you, Kit. Maybe you can put the link in chat. Damn it. It was Okinawa? Damn it. Okay, you're right then. And it's just looking at the differences between other Japanese cities and Okinawa. It's insane. It's like the fact that it even looks American. You have a highway system instead of good public transportation. I suck. But yeah, really good video. I highly suggest watching it if you... Yes, please. If you have any interest in watching something about how the most American Japanese city looks like. Yeah, definitely do. It's a really good video. It was really interesting because, like I said, to me, more than anything, it's a study of what can go wrong and how a country can develop so differently. Because yeah, everyone knows Japan as that country that has all the good public transportation. In general, Asian countries, it doesn't matter where you go. It doesn't matter whether you go to Shanghai or, you know, I recently saw Thailand has some good public transportation. China and Japan are very good. I mean, yeah, Singapore, it doesn't matter. It's Asian countries have learned early on that public transportation and getting your people from A to B is important. Yeah, everyone always says that Chicago is such a prime example, and it actually isn't all that good in comparison to Asian countries. It's just on the scale of other Western cities, it's surprisingly good, especially American cities. I mean, you can't compare it to something like London or Paris and the subway systems that old European cities have. Fucking hell. I hate shells. Shells are poopy. Yeah, we have a few really good examples for good public transportation. Just most of them aren't in America. Damn it. I just want to get past all these albatrosses once without dying. But they are so evil. Poop you. Din 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 din. I have to admit, I've never used public transportation in Vienna. Okay, we're finally back here. Shibidibidibidibidibib. Oh, just a second. Okay, there we go. My apologies. Got a doggo visit. It's like Denver's light rail system isn't so bad. It's just, it's not well planned in my opinion. I shouldn't need to take 3 different trains to get from 20 minutes from the city center to the city center. It's just, this shouldn't require 3 trains. And I don't live in such a weird area. I just live in a pretty common area for Denver to live in. Opens. I don't like this level. No problem, Asune. You go have a wonderful day. And thank you so much for coming on in. And I really look forward to... Yeah, when is the reveal stream? Now I'm kind of curious. No, I looked away. I'm definitely staying tuned because I am looking forward to that. Well, I imagine Schmoops would be happy to meet people. He doesn't live far from here. I think it's like 20 minutes from here or so. I mean, we do have a furry convention coming up in August that I unfortunately won't be able to attend. I hate it. I really wanted to, but I just can't. I have 1.5 weeks of vacation shortly after, during which I need to do a fair bit of traveling. And the chance that I get infected is just too high. Which makes me sad, because not only did I get a fursuit for that, a partial, but I even got a PJ so I can wear the partial fursuit in fitting colors. Oh yeah, I'm just doing a bit of a road trip to get some stuff taken care of. Nothing special. Shit. No. Yeah, I'll be honest, I just don't know anyone here. Like most people here don't go anywhere. So yeah, if either of you beans are coming, then I definitely would consider it. But I don't know any Denver furs is my big problem. Come on. I can do this? No, not like that. I mean, if I would only recognize them by voice, and in all fairness, I don't think I would. I am not good with recognizing people. Not at all. And the handful of streamers that I would probably recognize, I know are not coming. So yeah, I'm pretty sure if I would want to meet anyone, it would have to become premeditated. Premeditated. I shouldn't rush. Rushing gets me killed. Oh? Then what is he gonna be? Just webcam? Just skin tuber? Why? Why would anyone want that? Why? I mean, I'm sure he has his reasons, but I have to admit, to me, that is always a big down. Maybe I just don't like humans. But I highly prefer not looking at a human. Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's, you gotta break out of the furry fandom if you wanna get big. Unless you are one of the select few. But I'm still... That's not something you ever have to worry about with me. That's a guarantee. I mean, is he gonna change his name? Is it just gonna be Schmoops Nonsense? Schmoops Human Nonsense. Am I just that bad at this game? I mean, it's the first time I played a Super Mario World, so I suppose I shouldn't be so strict on myself, but gee, and then I look up and read the text. I shouldn't do that. Okay, I can't dodge there. At least I don't mind the failure, because I'm getting better at playing a game I've never played before. I did not know that, no. Also, my timing there sucked. I mean, in all fairness, a lot of things are named Moxie. Sometimes I feel like maybe I shouldn't have. It's like just the other day I came into a channel and the first question was if I play Borderlands. Like, no, not that Moxie. What about Hell of a Boss? No, also not that Moxie. I'm just a completely unrelated Moxie. I actually had that name before both Borderlands and Hell of a Boss came around. So I suppose I'm older than that Moxie. Yeah, she's a good Moxie too. She's a very good Moxie. I'm actually really fond of Hell of a Boss. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I wasn't fond of Hell of a Boss. I didn't like that, but I was a huge fan of Has Been Hotel. Just Hell of a Boss, I don't know. It didn't quite attract me the way that that Has Been Hotel did. I mean, I've watched it like 3 times. It's a good musical. I like it as a musical. I like it for what it is. But I feel like once you've seen it 3 times, You know, what else are you gonna see? It doesn't really have that much replay value or rewatch value. Habibo? Habibo? What is Habibo? Okay, now come on, let's not. Do you mean Habbo Hotel? Because, yeah, I mean, Habbo Hotel, isn't it just... I don't think I've ever played it, but wasn't that like the social... kind of like essentially a very early Second Life? Wasn't that what Habbo Hotel was? Like a social media platform or social interaction platform mostly for like kids? God, Furcadia. Yes, Furcadia. I just recently read that it's still very active and still very alive. Still has people. Oh my god, we did it, we did it, we did it. We won the game. Come on, let's try that again. That was too slow. That was too fast. That was too slow. That was too fast. That was too low. That was just right. Yeah, Furcadia was interesting for what it was. For the storytelling it had, for the abilities you had, the fact that it was, you know, an early on, well, essentially free-to-play game, but you could buy those wings and all. Oh, I see. Imvu? I don't remember Imvu. Dolphins! Murder dolphins! Oh wait, you can just stand on their head? Oh, I see. I mean, they do have a very specific French shape. Oh, I don't like this. Damn it, no! No, I thought I could get it in time. Let's try that again. That's actually a really good idea, Evie. Thank you for the reminder. Also, we have a battle pending. Dun, 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 dun. And thank you for the head pets. Head pets are good. Yeah, let's mute the game. We don't need to hear stream raiders. Don't you like good chip tunes? Pie loves you. Pie loves you. I want you to remember that for your weekend. If you have a pie at home, the pie loves you. Yeah, let's take the silver one here. Great, now I want a pie. Oh wait, I forgot I have a tiramisu in the fridge. One of those, you know, tiny ones from Walmart. No, you are. No. I didn't look at the right screen. Yeah, I think it will be a few more before I do a Celeste stream with my platformer abilities. The timing on this albatross is annoying. I can't quite get the right timing. Da da da. No. Yeah, I do think I'm a bit more used to modern jump and runs that don't have the this unresponsiveness. Like if I quickly switch left and right, the way that he still runs a little, that is just, I'm not used to that anymore. I still need to get used to that. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I would love Celeste, but at the same time, I'm not sure I'm ready for that. I mean, for the early levels, yes. I don't think I would do a 100% completion run. Oh, I forget that this. I always forget that this one goes under the surface. I'm just so used to the idea that I can relax there. Too late, too late, too late. I wonder if I can even do it from this side. But here's a game, Evie. I don't know if you saw me play Yoku's Island Express. Let's try that again. Yoku's Island Express is imagine Ori, but add pinball mechanics. I love that game. I actually recently... I'm bad. I actually recently played that on stream again because it's such a good game. It's such a cute game if you don't mind the pinball mechanics. And I'm a pinball fan, so for me that was always perfect. We need more unique Metroidvanias. Metroidvanias that just do something completely different. Like, say, Blasphemous. Boo is currently, or was playing Blasphemous recently. That is such a good game. It's the graphics, the style, the music, the whole theming of it. If you haven't seen Blasphemous, it's Portuguese, wasn't it? It's essentially a 2D Metroidvania. Dark Souls-like. With a semi-Portuguese Christian theming, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, it's based on old... Is it Spanish? I thought it was Portuguese. But it's such a unique and just amazing game. And yeah, okay, Spanish Catholic Goth. There we go. Thank you for that definition. And it's just, it's bloody, it's brutal, it's dark, it's beautiful. I loved it. And it actually looked like it wasn't the Tunic kind of Dark Souls, because Seek is currently, or was playing Tunic, and oh my god, that game, Jesus, oh no. I did not like what I saw during Seek's stream there. Main issue, I think... I keep pushing the buttons just too late, and I'm pretty sure it's the delay I have that keeps... What the heck? Let's try again. There we go. And yeah, Seek was playing Tunic recently, and towards the end of Tunic, you... Not to spoil anything, but you more or less lose all your abilities. Like you just go back to 0 health. Hold on, I gotta tuck a dog in. You don't know? There we go. Dog has been tucked in. Otherwise, he will start whine and whimper, and that can last a long time. Barbenheimer? What is Barbenheimer? Oh yeah, just to get back to Tunic, if you haven't seen Tunic, it's an adorable isometric Souls-like, Metroidvania-like. It's a mix of both a bit. But... like close to the end, you lose all your abilities. And to get them back, you essentially have to defeat enemies that hold your abilities, that hold your extra health, that hold your extra stamina, that hold your weapon, that hold your armor. And you have to fight them all without dying once. Because if you die, you reset back to the beginning of where you started these fights. So you have... I swear, I'm so used to that mob not being there when I do this, that when it suddenly pops up, I'm not ready. But anyway, and those fights are so ruthless. I watched Seek, who is really... See, same thing again. It wasn't there. I looked away. I looked back. It's there. Screw you, you shell. And even Seek just gave up at some point. I think he spent like 2 hours repeating this one collection of fights over and over and over again. And at some point I just have to ask myself, is this the intended difficulty? Is this really how obnoxiously difficult the game has to be? I get that, you know, part of Souls-like is the challenge. It's like when you play those really difficult Kaizo maps, which I will probably never really get to. But it didn't look enjoyable, I'll be honest with you. It looked ruthless, it looked unforgiving, it didn't look fun. And I think that's where I draw a line. Once I feel like a game stops being fun and is just punishment. Barbie and Oppenheimer? What movies do you watch? Should I get worried about you, Shaky? Yeah, but they are still Barbie movies. Frickin'. I mean, unless you tell me that Barbie and Oppenheimer is a satire? Because I'm still trying to figure out why you would want to watch a Barbie movie in the first place. Oh, so it's not Barbie and Oppenheimer. What you meant is Barbie is a movie and Oppenheimer is a movie. I thought you meant Barbie and Oppenheimer is a movie and Barbie Leben im Traumhaus is a movie. Which, you know, I mean, yes, those Barbie direct-to-video movies come out very fast. How? I really need that mushroom to get through there, but at the same time, I hate getting that mushroom each time. Why? Okay, now I really need to look it up. You made me look it up. Hold on. Dear Google, did you really just do that? Here, I will share this with you. Because when I searched for Barbie movie, this is what Google does. Wait, they got Margot Robbie as... I'm pretty sure that's not how you pronounce her. But you got her to play Barbie? You have what the heck is this movie? However, when they get a chance to go to the real world, they soon discover the joys and perils of living among humans. What? Okay, I have to take a look at that later because that just sounds so dumb that I need to know more. I don't know, kid. Mina, I'll be honest with you. Barbie releases like 3 movies a year. And most of them are just streaming videos of bad CG quality. I was not aware that the franchise would be getting more. Yeah, exactly. Not AAA Hollywood movies. Though I will refrain from calling it AAA until I've actually seen it. Which is never gonna happen. I don't think so, at least. Yep, that's where we've gone. It's sad to say that, but you are 100% correct. I just watched a video by Captain Midnight who was talking about the downfall of Hollywood right now. How essentially we've reached a point we haven't had in like 40 or 50 years. Where AAA movies come out and no one watches them. No one gives a fuck. And then you have the whole writer's strike and all of that mixes in. It's right now Hollywood is not in a good position. But I think I mentioned it. You go have a wonderful day, Seek, and thank you for the lurk. Means a lot to me, you know that, Bean. Hey, Feather Wolf. How are you today, Bean? Have you come to admire my amazing gaming skills? Pending. I'm slowly getting there. Though, ow, sorry, that bumped the microphone. But yeah, this is my very first attempt at playing Super Mario World. And I decided, based on a suggestion, to jump into a custom Kaizo world that isn't too difficult. Thank you, Feather Wolf. I'll take that compliment. But yeah, I like the tougher games. I suck at Super Mario Brothers. Super Mario World. I never had a Nintendo console as a kid when I grew up, and this game just went completely past me. So when I talked to Muscle, who helped me set all of this up, he suggested to play this Kaizo instead, because it's about the difficulty level of the original Super Mario World, but only about half as long and custom made. And yeah, I really like this. It feels like a good challenge without being too difficult. Yeah, I don't think you have to worry about me speedrunning anything. Probably not anytime soon. No, Chicky, I can't. I have only seen The Wizard of Oz once, and that was only a couple of years ago. And I still haven't seen Return to Oz, even though it's on my wish list literally on a weekly basis. I don't think you would enjoy that. One issue I have, and that will never change, is I can't do voices. So to me, every character just sounds the same. And that's horrible for audiobooks. I mean, that's already horrible for video games. Da da da. You know, this character doesn't have a blush, but the one that controls it does. Come on. Albatross genocide. Okay, let's try this again. I do want this coin, and if it's the last thing I do, I'm not gonna get that coin. Not like that. Not like that. Yippee-dippee-dip. But how are you today, Featherwolf? Tell me more. I hope you're having a good start into the weekend, if it is. Because for me, Fridays are off work, so that's where I can just relax and play what I want and then have a good day. You know, I have the weirdest memories that suddenly come up, Melina. Like, have you ever touched fish food? The dry pellet fish food? As a kid, I loved that smell, which is interesting seeing that that was already during a time where I was vegetarian. But I loved the smell of that fish food. It has this, I don't know what it is. But fish food, fish pellets have this weird, slightly, I'd describe it as a kind of salty smell. It's like a little bit sour. As a kid, I was a huge fan of that. My neighbor had a big fishing pond, and when he was on vacation, I always had to feed the fish, so I had to go up there once per day and feed them for a little bit. And he had like these pre-measured collection, little boxes full of fish food, so I would give them the right amount. I had such a good time doing that. Okay, come on. I wanna. Oh yes, they're the goldfish fish flakes, those little colorful... I don't even know why I know what they smell like. I never had goldfish. But yes, those little tiny flakes, they smelled oddly appealing. I do feel that my hands are starting to cramp up, so I probably have to take a break soonish and switch to something that is not using a controller. And I will definitely get back to this, but I will wait until I have a better controller. Because then it's a lot more enjoyable. Yes, there we go, finally. Now I don't care that I died. I don't think you can plug a Switch controller into the PC, can you? Other USB? Nah, I know exactly which controller I want. I already know exactly, and it's a self-built one. It's... the issue I have with Bluetooth is I don't like the latency. I wonder if they are a bit better by now, but it's just the roughly 70 milliseconds delay in Bluetooth are killing me. I'm a very active rhythm gamer, and as such I am really good at knowing when something lags, and I only played with a Bluetooth controller once and it was a nightmare. No, it's come on. I can get past this without dying. No, I can't. I don't like the rhythm between these two. They are just on the annoying side. But yeah, I can actually show you the controller I'm going for. Oh yeah, I love Death Stranding. Didn't quite finish it yet, but very close. Hold on, let me show you. There it is. Because I found the... Come on, stop being stuck. I found the PCB for this one. And that's probably what I'm gonna build myself, something like this. Just to have something that is a bit more button controlled. So you use these four as the directional buttons usually. And then you just need two buttons here. But this is just a lot more ergonomic and friendly. And the PCB for this costs very little. It's like $9 if you want to get it printed. The arcade switches are relatively cheap, and the fact that you can just 3D print this yourself and build it for less than $40 in material, including the switches. So that's probably what I'm gonna do going forward. Because I'm not quite willing to pay $130 for something that is $40 in material. And I like small electronics projects, and this sounds perfect for that. Never. Probably never. I'm a button masher. I will play fighting games and I will be the person that wins and then makes someone else feel uncomfortable because all I did was push the same button over and over again. And then I'll never again win, but that's okay, I only need to win once. I have this behavior that if I don't like a game, I will play it once, but by experience will play it surprisingly well and then just put it down and never touch it again. You want an example? I played one one match of Apex Legends. I got 3rd place and then never played it again. That was my first and last match. I mean, come on, I made 3rd. How are you ever gonna top that? I just, nope. I'm like, I'll take my win and leave. Bronze medal is a medal. Because, you know, that also means that my average wins in Apex Legends are 3rd place. Across all my playtimes, I usually average 3rd place. So why would I ever play that game again? Yeah, Street Fighter, I no interest. The only one I loved was Tekken, because Tekken had interesting characters. I mean, come on, of course I love King. I'm a furry. Oh, why not? Butts. No! I pushed the swim. So how are your days going? Anyone here that does better bro gaming than me? I mean, everyone here? La, rah, rah. Yeah, let's start our fight real quick. That's a very small fight. But that's fine, we don't need a lot. Okay, come on, come on. Yes, there we go. Now let's stay big. I wanna get through this just once. Look at that frog. I kinda like that frog's appearance. And Concrete's Brett and Kit on the loot. There, now we have a loyalty chest. Those are the good ones, so make sure you have your units. Let's start down here, away from the enemies. Oh, come on, I can do this. Ah, finally. Okay. So those are dangerous here. Can I kill the French shapes? I don't want to kill the French shapes. They are friendlies. I can't kill them anyway. No! No, no! Back down. I want to have that coin. Oh my god, I don't want that coin. Oh, are you serious? There we go. Ah, fuck those coins. Okay, should have sprinted there. It's okay, we're getting further every time. Except that time. That time we didn't get further. Evil. Come on, just... There we go. I feel like I have the worst rhythm pattern for these. Yeah, my fingers are cramping by now. I'm not sure if, how much... What? Oh, and then my gamepad turned off. Hello? Well, let's save it real quick. And let's just restart it. Whoops. Because yeah, it looks like the controller briefly reset, and I don't think the game liked that. There we go. A fan? Like, are we talking about like a Japanese fan, or? Like, why would your fan say daddy in the first place? It feels like such a random word to have on a fan. Screw you! Even when I already have the coin, you still annoy me. I mean, if you would use a hand fan, and if you want one that says daddy... I mean, I will be the last person to argue what your hand fan should say. Okay, we can do this, we can do this. Here's a fun fact for you. Flex was actually my character's name before Moxie became a thing. Flex was the original name. Long, long, long ago. No, what the foo? Yeah, very old usernames. Yeah, I think I need a hydrate. Thank you for the reminder. Lochi? I mean, I suppose it's a CH. It's not Lochi. It's probably Lochi. Yes, this annoying German sound of the CH, the Lochi. Oh, it is? It is actually Lochi? Shaky. I thought if anyone would actually pronounce that German, it would be you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I suppose that makes more sense. You know what's funny? I usually watch a stream while I smoke weed. Maybe blah, 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 blah. I'm actually a firm promoter of not smoking your weed at all. Just vaporize it. You get more out of it, it's much better for you, and it doesn't smell. Also, please do not smoke weed if it's not legal. Like, I just had that conversation with Ware Barista the other day. I went into a dispensary and I put 60 bucks down to buy a fair amount off. And then talked to him and he said, yeah, if I would have that amount in Singapore, it would be the death sentence. Just like that. Here I can buy it in a store, and if I would have it on me in Singapore, death sentence. It's so weird to think that we are such a small community nowadays where, I mean, you know, furries know each other and help each other, and we all communicate, and it's like we're just neighbors. And then hearing things like that just remind me that no, we're not neighbors. We live a world apart. We can communicate online, and we can make the world feel a lot smaller than it is. Because it doesn't matter whether you're from China or America or Germany. It's, at the end of the day, we're all the same. But yeah, Singapore, yeah. It's like one of those places, if I'm not mistaken, it's still like a $1,500 fine if you spit. Or if you... I went a bit too far there. I think it was like a $1,500 fine if you like spit out a bubble gum or something like this. It's insane. But at the same time, as someone who lives in America who has trouble walking his dogs without stepping in glass shards around every corner, you know, maybe it's not the worst idea to be a bit more strict. I mean, I'm not saying you should kill people that smoke weed, obviously, but I hate living in the dump that America has turned into, with trash everywhere, and it's just not enjoyable. Does it really? Because I'll be honest with you, I've lived in Ohio, I've lived in, I suppose, Minnesota. Minnesota is a place I've lived in that was not dirty all the time. Hi, Muscle, how are you? Oh my god, now, Muscle, close your eyes. Just look away. I am horrible. Oh my god, I am so bad at this. I think it's a good first game, but I'm embarrassed that I know someone is watching me that knows how to play this. But I feel like it's definitely a good first start. I mean, I'm now at it for 4 hours, and I'm not done with not even remotely done with the second season. So I suppose it does say something about me, but I'm having fun, and that's the important part. Yeah, at least the dolphins don't. Everything else does. But yeah, I'm at 20%, so which Vendoline? Vendoline is a relatively common name. I can tell you at least 3 different Vendolines. Also, I've come to the conclusion that not only is the $7 SNES controller I purchased unusable for this, but I'm not having a much better time with my Xbox One controller, because I'll be honest with you, I think this would be a lot more fun if I had a controller that actually is fun. This controller, I have hand cramps, it's uncomfortable. I've been tempted to actually switch to keyboard to finish this. It's definitely getting painful. Let me actually show you, because this is the controller that I was planning to build myself, that I think would work pretty well. I found the right PCB for that, and I found a good print shop for it. So I think this is what I'm going for. It would be very flat, and I think the arrangement of the keys are really comfortable. I mean, that looks a lot like yours, based on the screenshots. And yeah, I feel like $140 is a very hefty price, and it's not necessarily worth that much. But I found the print for that, so I think I should be able to build myself one. Oh yeah, I saw the snack box, exactly. You know what? Let me actually try keyboard controls. Now I'm curious. Let's see, what do we do with the keys? What do we do with the keys? Yeah, let's try that. Okay, okay, this, oh wow, this will take some getting used to. But if I want to keep playing today, and I do kind of want to keep playing, then I think that's what I have to do, because otherwise it's starting to really hurt. Nope. Nope, I don't think I can change mid-game. That's not gonna go over well. V-A-Y-X. Yeah, we'll just have to keep going like that. Yeah, it's getting a bit uncomfortable, but I don't want to give up. Like, I want to beat this level. I want to at least beat this level. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, I'm definitely having fun, and I think that's the important part. I feel like I'm slowly getting better. Yeah, and I feel like the Xbox, both the Xbox 360 and the Xbox One controllers, it's just the position is not made for the D-pad. It's very obvious that these controllers are made with the thumb stick in mind, and everything else was an afterthought. Poopens. I also suck at accurate jumps, so that's definitely something I'm still getting used to. Should have sprinted. Should have sprinted. Here's a question. Do you always sprint? Do you just, unless you have an accurate jump, always sprint? Because I feel like I should. And I do feel like there is a hint of delay that's just enough that it becomes troublesome at times. But I'm not quite sure if it's the game or if it's the controller. It might just be a mix of both. I mean, there is a good reason why professional people don't play on an emulator, I would assume. Yep, should have seen that coming. Maybe it's time for a short break. I feel like the cramping doesn't help. So yeah, I think we should probably switch to something else for a little bit. Stretchies. No, I think for a 4-hour run, I did a good job so far. I'm still working out the little tidbits. I'm still getting better, but yes. And there's the bean. There, look at. I hope you don't have a ticklish nose. No, once again, thank you very much, Muscle, for helping me with this. I didn't think I would have as much fun as I already did, just playing this relatively easy level. And I'm looking forward to more. So since you're here, you know what comes. I do have to give you a shout out because yes, that is you. It is you. There. Because, yeah, if you do want to see more Kaizo, or, Beat Saber, I know I shouted him out like 3 times in the last few days, but that's because he's a really good bean.
The other LR button.
This is what it's meant to look like if you know what you're doing, just so you see the comparison.
Need to use that one.
This is where I want to get at some point. What game was that? Oh, I'm not done. I'm not done, Melina. I'm not leaving yet. I need a break. I need a different game. Because my fingers hurt, so I need a game for the oh my god, someone gave me food and I didn't even know. When did I get food? How old is this cookie? Oh my god, how old is this cookie? Where? 3 hours ago. Jakey gave me this cookie 3 hours ago and I wasn't even aware. Well, thank you, Jakey. I just gotta be able to eat it. There, I totally didn't have to move the microphone to eat. Shh, you didn't see anything. Oh yeah, by the way, before I forget, Monday, we're gonna have a new riddle to poke those 2 beans off the wall. So if you want to be up there for a week, you got to be here Monday when we have more riddles. And yeah, that's probably why my hand cramped. I was trying to play while holding cookies. That's a bad idea. No, but I do think we're going to stay in the same genre of slamming my head into a wall until I succeed. And you already know what that means. Let me just switch the game. Because we're hopping back into Beton Brutal for the rest of the day. Oh yeah, right, I should. I forgot that I need to switch this over. Just a second. Come on, where are you? There we go. Just need to... There. Much better. But yeah, we're gonna play Beton Brutal for the rest of today. If you don't know what Beton Brutal is, it's a speedrunning challenge jumping game where we gotta get all the way up there. Why? What happened to my VSync? Where's my VSync? And why did you turn off in the first place? Or did this not have VSync? Did I forget about that? I might have forgotten about that. But yeah, Beton Brutal is one of those games that I'm slowly working on mastering. It's difficult, it's unforgiving, but I love it. Also, I'm still looking for shortcuts, because I know there are shortcuts from down here, and I haven't found them. So every now and then when I start a new run, I have to look. Where was it? Where was it? There. I also really love the score in this game. The music, the sound effects. It's a really good game. I always forget which side the ladder is on. Oh my god. Today I'm just not good. I think we just gotta accept that today I'm not good. If I even fall on the easy ones. I mean, 138 meters is where we've been. And I would love to get back up there again today, ideally. Has either of you ever done one of those Minecraft jump levels that this game is based on? Because I have to admit, I never did. I was never really into these parkour kind of games. Oh, seriously? Are my hands just slippery today? Do I just suck? Is it just over? Is my concentration just gone? Let's rush it a bit less.
Wolf09 just checked in.
Thank you, Featherwolf. I appreciate the follow. That I am worth sticking with. Yeah, I mean, you know, if I just take Evie as an example, I remember when you throw yourself at Celeste again and again and again and again, and you sometimes repeat the same single scene for an hour or two. No, I can't argue here. Not at all. Thank you. I try to be good bean. But yeah, let's start the fight real quick. Yeah, I gotta get our loyalty chest out. Well, I try to not fall there this time. I did not fall this time. I don't know how I deserve that, to be honest. Because I'm not different than anyone else. Yeah, exactly, Evie. It's not necessarily skill, because let's face it, in many cases it's not skill, it's luck. It's missing that one jump or doing that one jump. But yeah, it's about not giving up. It's about having fun retrying. If you're the person that gets frustrated every time you fall, that gets depressed if you can't beat a level, then these aren't your kind of games. Oh, we're not doing so well. We have 1 versus 1. And we lost. Oh, we're not doing good today. It's okay. It's okay. We can do this again. Though this will probably be the last match, so I'm just going to mark it as such just in case. Because I'm not sure how much longer I will after that. I am getting a bit hungry. And yeah, I think that's a big part of it. It's like, I didn't give up Kaizo just because for the last hour I couldn't beat that level. I'm gonna go back to it, or maybe even later. Though I will beat that whole hack on stream. That is my big goal. As much as it is my big goal that I will beat this game at one point. It just takes a bit longer to beat this. Speaking of, if you wonder how long it takes to beat this game, this is how long. It takes 7 minutes to speedrun this game. 7. I'm at 43 minutes and I've made it to 138 meters. And that's why I know that there have to be shortcuts that I just haven't seen and am not aware of. Because there is no way that you could do all of this in that time. Also, every time I'm up here, I still forget where I need to go. But yeah, I've never played any of these Minecraft worlds, the Minecraft challenge worlds, platformer worlds. And after doing this, I feel like they are probably quite a bit of fun. Where do I go up again? Over there? Yeah, over there. I think I gotta go down. At least now I got a bit of a rhythm again. He says and falls to death again. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Nope. But at least not a deep fall. I caught myself well. Okay. I hate these jumps. I hate these jumps. Yeah. Also, one thing I like about this game is vertigo. If you look down, this happens. And you tell me, is this not one of the most stressful things you've ever seen in a game? Is this not anxiety-inducing? And you have that both if you look up or down. And then you have to live with this extended vision range for a while because you still have vertigo. And I love it. It is so good. It's just this game is so good at making you feel uncomfortable. Oh yeah, also a really nice feature, if you crouch, then you can't fall off. So if I crouch and I walk to the edge, I just stop at the edge. Very, very good feature. If you want to be careful, like here, when you don't see where the edge is. Where do I go? I think here. I've been up here many times and I still don't remember the best path. I mean, here, look at that. Just look at that. No, I love this game. This is such a good game. And it even has a DLC. It has a Bath Brutal, which is... Well, I mean, it's the same, but it's more Vaporwave and Bath inspired. However, every single review says that you shouldn't even try it before you've beaten this game, for obvious reasons. So that's kind of why I want to beat it. But yeah, these kind of games are gonna be my regular Friday games. I decided that Fridays, for me, going forward, are challenge yourself days. Are days where I would play games I wouldn't otherwise play, games I'm not good at, games where I'm just willing to, you know, throw myself at a task until I succeed. This is my big goal for Friday streams going forward. So if you have any suggestions for games to throw onto that list, let me know. I'm trying to get a bit of a pattern for the games, and that means on Mondays it's gonna be rhythm-based games. Doesn't necessarily mean rhythm games, just games that have a nice rhythm, games that have a nice score, games that, you know, make me happy on a musical level. Wednesdays, we're gonna play feel-good games. Anything we know, anything that I've played in the past to get us through the week. And then on Friday going forward, is gonna be my push yourself time. So that's when I wanna tackle games like this. Or Caves of Kot is high on the list. So yeah, if you have any games on that level, do let me know. Monday, we're probably either gonna go back to Rhythm Doctor or a Rhythm Sprout, or quite likely. I'll have to see if maybe I can beat that Rhythm Doctor boss that... No! That we were stuck on off-stream, because the solution to that boss is literally just that you need to audibly count. And if you haven't been there for my Rhythm Doctor stream, you'll see Monday. Rhythm Doctor is a wonderful rhythm game. It's a single button rhythm game that I absolutely love. And if you think a rhythm game with a single button can't be difficult, it is. Am I going in the wrong? Yeah, there. Yes, I love the game. I'm such a huge fan of Rhythm Doctor and its custom levels. No, I'm not going here. Where am I going? Am I jumping down? Oh, there we go. One issue is if you fall, sometimes you get turned around and then you can't immediately figure out where it goes up again. No. So here's a dumb question. What are your favorite games at the moment? Like, what game do you boot up if you just need a feel-good moment, or, you know, you have an hour to waste and you don't want to think what else you'd play, and it's just the default game you launch? The game number one. What is that for you right now? Because mine has been heavily shifting over the last few weeks. It's usually always an MMO for me. I actually don't know. I'll have to admit. Here, let me walk to the edge. I can't tell you. The highest I've ever gotten is about the orange light in the center, maybe a bit above that. I mean, I'm currently at 79 meters and my record is 138. I don't know how high it goes. I don't actually know where the maximum is. But I'm tempted to say a kilometer. Which would indicate that I'm very, very, very far away. Oh, I love Dreamlight Valley. It is such a guilty addiction. I think I have like 150 hours in it. I'm not a Disney fan. I really am not. But Dreamlight Valley has this cozy level of just having a good time. I hate their battle pass. This do random missions every day battle pass model, it didn't need it. But I love the game. It's such a chill game. Yeah, that's kind of what I would have expected for you, Abby. I imagine Stardew Valley is always a good go-to. And yeah, Animal Crossing makes me a bit jealous. I think Animal Crossing is one of those games, as a non-Switch player, I wish I would have easy access to. But I heard the newest Animal Crossing isn't as favorable as last ones. Is it as good? Like, I had a few people that argued about it. Of it being not having as many features as the old one, I think was the issue. But yeah, Animal Crossing, I played the GameCube version and it was so much fun. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen Grab Champions being played more and more. It looks like such a dumb and fun game. I think I actually saw it on your stream the first time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'll tell you what my game is. A game that I was actually briefly tempted to start for the stream instead of this. But if I start this for the stream, I'm not gonna quit for the next 6 or 7 hours. Because I fell in love with Forever Skies. If you have never seen Forever Skies... Right, where did I have to go? Imagine Subnautica, but with an airship, also known as Blimp, and in a post-apocalyptic world. So if I just woke your interest with that, look it up. Forever Skies, amazing game. I love it so much. It's a procedurally generated world where you try to figure out what happened. What happened to the population? Why is everyone dead? You fly around in your airship, you slowly upgrade it, you make it carry more things and be bigger. And it's a beautiful game. It's such a beautiful game. Oh yeah, here is. Yay, food, food. Oh my god, I got a Bananuki. Look at my Benenuki. Nom, 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 nom. Thank you for the food. And here's one feature I really love. If you're stuck somewhere and you don't know where you are, you press F, and then you can actually pull out of your body, and you can move to a specific range to look around you. Is this not a good feature? Okay, looks like I have to go back there. It's a really fun game. Maybe I should just boot it up for the rest of the stream. We'll see if I fall or something happens here. But yeah, it's a really, really fun game. Oh, I remember this. Oh, I remember this, and I didn't like that. Ooh. Yeah, it's fun. Forever Skies, I have like 50, 60 hours in it by now, and I have fun. And, you know, you start with... one big part of the game is that you get diseases. So if you eat something, you get infected with a virus, and you need to cure the virus. And like the first disease you get is photosensitivity. So if you look into the sun, you suddenly hear this high-pitched scream in your ears, or you can get confusion, where anytime your computer voice says something, you misunderstand it, and things like that. It's a really fun game. I highly suggest it. If you like games like Subnautica, and you want to have something different, give it a try. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Yep, I thought so. We're getting close to the end of everything. Which direction do we go? Left or right? Okay, left. Yes. Oh, survival base building. There are just no good games like that right now. Oh, crap. I remember this. I remember this. I did not like that jump the first time, and I will not like that jump the second time. Yep, did not like it. Okay. Oh. Can I make that jump? Yes, Kara. That's actually how I play Grounded. I started Grounded and I'm like 40 hours in. I haven't progressed the story. I don't care about the story. I just keep building my home. It's like I know that I need to continue the story to unlock more building parts, but I'm having so much fun just building. That was always my issue with playing Minecraft. The way I played Minecraft, I would just build a ridiculously big house. Like, I would build automatic farms that produce food for me and all of this. I would never adventure. I would never see other biomes. I would just keep going wherever I am and just build bigger and bigger. I like building. Okay, let's see. Where does this lead? Can Can I hit them from here? Can I hit this from here? Can I jump over there? Yes, I could. Okay, heartbeat, heartbeat, heartbeat. I don't like creative modes. I'll be honest with you, as much as I like building, I don't like creative modes. Okay. This is an ugly one. Because I gotta approach it straight, get up there. But I always feel like creative mode, at that point it takes the challenge away. Like I want specific challenges, but I don't want just having access to everything. So I usually play as if I had creative mode, but I don't play with creative mode. Like Satisfactory. I could never ever stream Satisfactory. No one would watch that. I will spend hours and hours and hours and hours to essentially build a foundation in the desert. To just make sure that everything is nice and flat and orderly. And thank you for the hydration, Evie. Always forget. But yeah, like I said, for me, the issue is just I could be 10 streams in and you would join my stream where others have like a nuclear power plant and handle their nuclear waste. And I'm like, well, I have a 1000 by 1000 size foundation here in the desert. Maybe it's OCD. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going. I do not remember this. Am I higher now than I've been? Yes. Oh my god, I am significantly higher than I've been. That's why I don't recognize any of this. Okay, where are we going? I feel like we're going the wrong direction. We gotta go over there. Yeah, it looks like we need to get over there. But how do we get there? Bugs in Satisfactory? Oh, did you stream recently or? Because I heard the most recent update is still not quite there yet. Okay, let's see. Where does this go? Both lead down a little. I don't like this. Oh, because they go around. That's why. Okay, where do we go? I would bet on this direction. I have to admit, I never actually... Really? Oh my god, really? I never actually looked into Valheim. My understanding was always that it's a bit of a nuisance to play solo. It's like, it's not as bad as Raft. Raft solo is a nightmare. But it's not enjoyable, is what I heard. And since I play those games usually solo, it's just such an important part for me that the solo experience is good. But I do feel like I've missed out on never having played Valheim. So I do look forward to your streams. I don't think I've ever actually watched a Valheim stream. Yeah, I heard that so often from so many people, and that's why I'm so hesitant to pick it up. I have a lot of fun in Grounded. Solo and party, doesn't matter. Usually I like those games, but Valheim, I'm uncertain. What do you want from me? Do you really want me to do this? Ah! Oh. Ah. Also, if you're afraid of heights, this game is not good for you. Just as a fair warning. Wait, didn't we go there already? Yeah. Oh no, that's the different approach, that's why. Okay. And now it's starting to throw more and more evil things at me. What the fuck? Game, stop throwing weird noises at me, please. I'm already stressed enough. Yeah, this game is always anxiety-inducing like no other. It does this so well. Okay, hold on. Over here, over here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just gotta jump off. Oh, no. I go further up. This is a tough wall. Yeah, I definitely need a sprint jump here. There we go. Ah! Should have been a sprinting jump. Sneak around the corner. See, for this the crouching is amazing. Because you just know you won't fall off. just get up here. There we go. Now we can do the battle real quick. And this is such a good soundtrack. I love this soundtrack. Oh, hell no. This does not look like a good jump. And there is the chest. Yeah, I think we can do one more, and then we can stop here so we don't have a too difficult one when we start on Monday. Yeah, let's do one more. I'll just also mark this is last battle. Okay. So I made it across. But now it wants us to jump over here. These are weird walls. Very weird walls. What? Come on, where can I get back up? Where is the ladder hiding? There it is. No? Yeah, I have no idea what it wants from me here. Let's check out the other side first. Yeah, let's just keep going this way. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. This wasn't too bad, I think. We can get back from here. No. Let's see, now I'm starting to lose track of where I can get back up. Like there should be a way up here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. haven't done any bad falls yet. Okay, here we are again. Now we just gotta do all of this again. But hey, we already made it further than I've ever been. I'm happy with that. No. No. The one thing I don't like about this game is ladders, because the way a ladder works is you only walk up if you look up and you press forward. Otherwise you will automatically descend. And I don't like that. I wish you would just stand still. That was a bit early. Gotta be careful now because I'm getting a bit careless here. Yeah, it's definitely concentration isn't the best anymore today. I feel like Kaizo already stole a lot of that. It's okay. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. I'm usually not giving up until I fall. Then I take a break. And I don't plan to fall anytime soon. I want ramen. Ooh, that was nearly too far. I want a good, fresh, homemade ramen bowl. Ugh. Did I get turned around? Ow, 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 ow. I'm dead. Dead. I'm kicking myself with my feet while I'm dead. Look at what you've done to me. Oh, already? Welcome back, Eternal. Yeah, I had to switch away from Kaizo because my fingers were starting to hurt really, really, really badly. So I decided that it's going to be some keyboard and mouse gaming for now. And I'm already further than I've been. Now, let's just make sure we don't drop this time, shall we? Okay, let's get through this one again. Oh, I feel amazing. I should just not check chat and try to play this game at the same time. That is generally a bad idea. But yeah, I feel good. I'm probably gonna go like another 30-40 minutes or so. And then I will probably wrap it up myself. I just wanted to see if I can get to the 200-meter mark. That was kind of my goal. And I made it to 191 so far. Okay. Letters. Come on, come on. Okay. Oh, I hate these so much. Okay, now we're back at these. Opens. No. Too much cabbage. That sounds like a very German problem to have, you know. Okay. Come on. No. Come on. Okay. We're back up. We're back up now. We just gotta get over there. Around the corner. And we gotta do this sprinting. And then around the corner here. Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, right. This part. Oh yeah, right. This part again. You bought a whole head of cabbage at a farm. We have a few farmers markets here, but I don't actually think we would have a farm close enough to sell actual cabbage. Oh my god, this is scary. I don't like this.
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
You go have a wonderful time, Eternal. Enjoy. Oh, scary. Scary. I'm a scared. Oh, didn't make a record by jumping. Okay, where do we go? Yeah, definitely this way. Ah! Not quite sure where to go from there. This way? Yeah, looks like. I wonder if the water is actually hinting at where we have to go. Because they've used it a few times now. Okay. Yeah, that is solid. Where did I land? Okay, I know where I am. No. I've got to do that again. Actually, can I? Nope, I can't make it across there. Yeah, let's do one more attempt, and I think then I should probably bring it to an end, because I really need to eat something. And we have about 14 minutes left on Stream Raider, so I think that would be a really good time. I hate when I barely miss the ladder and then fall. I feel like there should be a better way to cling on to a ladder. No. Yeah, and Karth made really, really good pizza. And I'm really, really looking forward to it. Speaking of, while I have everyone's attention, guess who's gonna start streaming? There's not gonna be a clip because they never streamed before. This is going to be their very first stream ever. I think it's still aimed at tomorrow. Correct me if I'm wrong. So if you want to see a really good bean start his journey into the streaming adventure, make sure you keep an eye on that bean. He's been working so hard on getting his stream set up. He's been editing and recording and making audio clips and making songs, and he's definitely gonna have a really good start. So yes, send Karth DK9 my love. Hopefully tomorrow. I think he's currently making pizza, that's why he's not listening. And speaking of, if you need a source of really good beans, then you don't have to go far. Because check out our Discord. Our Discord is called Fluff and Stuff and is focused around giving small furry streamers a home. Whether you already have a Discord or not, or whether you just... I shouldn't have done that while the song was running. You know, whether you already have a Discord or some just don't want one because it's a nightmare to manage everything, we don't mind. We're here to help anyone start on their streaming journey. We have a variety of guides on how to set up OBS and how to, you know, get your avatar on screen. And the most important part is we're always there to help. So if you want to be a streamer, you don't know where to start, and you just need a little bit of help, let us know. Hop on, say hi, ask your questions, we will answer them. We're currently, I think we're 5 now, if I'm not mistaken. Soon to be 6, I would think. So yeah, if you like to support small fluff streamers, say hi. We only have the best beans, guaranteed. Everyone else gets eaten. Nah, let's go down. This was a failure. This was a bad jump. There we go. Nope. No, I think this was a good run. I made it to 195. I wanted to get to 200. We got close. Well, you know what? Now I'm looking it up. How high does it go? Is it a kilometer? How high is it? How is it so difficult to find this? Okay, I can't find it. This shouldn't be so difficult. Do me a favor, can someone else try? I'm kind of curious if you find the answer before I do. Because it shouldn't be that difficult to find out how tall this tower actually is. It keeps saying that, oh, it's 500. There we go, 500 meters. And they say the average first time to beat is around 5 to 8 hours. So I think we're not doing so well. We nearly got to the halftime. And Asune, I'll tell you, I freaking love Guild Wars 2 jump puzzles. I'm not good at them because I usually play a char. Well, usually. Every single character I have is a char. And if there's one thing char are really shitty at, it's tight corners and jumping puzzles. You will just permanently run into, well, into everything. Not fun. It's not fun being a char. Yeah, I don't want to start a new run. because I'm now stressed. I need to eat and I need to dry my hands. So I think we're just gonna spend a little bit of time chatting rather than looking at a game. Let's talk a little. I need a breather. Yes, and I need to hydrate. I feel so anxious now after these 2 games. No, I don't think that's the right word. Because it's definitely not negative stress. It's not distress. It's eustress. I think that's what you call it in English too, isn't it? EU stress. Essentially, you have the bad stress and you have the good stress. Like, bad stress is a typical 10 minutes left in work, and I'm gonna look at that in a sec. But yeah, negative stress, 10 minutes left at work, and your boss comes in and goes like, oh no, you gotta get this shit done and that shit done. And the negative stress, just pressure. And let me look it up if that is what you call it in English. In English too. Yeah, you call it distress and eustress. I was not aware that you have this in English too. So yeah, these 2 words essentially just means negative stress and positive stress, which is a huge difference. Like I said, negative stress, typical boss, overworked, you're exhausted, you're drained. But then there's the positive stress, the stress that you enjoy, the stress that fuels you. Say if you play a speedrun. Speedrun is probably the best example for eustress. It's sports games. Yeah, exactly. If you don't have any stress, then you essentially just chill, you just relax. Then the pressure is missing. So, and I have the same. I have negative anxiety, which, surprise, once again, is mostly work related. And I have positive anxiety, like what these games do. And to me, they are just very, very different feelings. I enjoy positive anxiety. I really enjoy just diving into these complicated maps and, having fun. And even if it's stressful, it's stressful in a good way. I really, really enjoy this. So let me say it again. If you know more games like this, if you know games that you think I'll enjoy that I should totally put on this list, please let me know. Because I need more. But not today. Not today, no. Today, my brain has reached capacity. We have about 3.5 minutes for the stream raider, so I think it's a good time to actually look around on who we should rate today. Let me see. Oh, see, speaking of, he is diving right back into it. Oh, didn't mean to unmute him. He is diving right back into it. Our very dear... Let me bring him up for a second. Our very dear Seek, who is now slamming his head further, further into Tunic. Tunic would give me very negative stress. I'll be dead honest with you. No. I played this game for... Oh, Aribuns is joining. Yeah, then we definitely have to rate him. I played Tunic. Tunic was actually the very first game I played after my relaunch, so 73 streams ago. I wanted to love that game so much. No. It is so unforgivingly brutal. So just ruthless. I did not have a good time. But you know who's having a good time? This bean here. Because he's a Dark Souls player who nearly exclusively over the last few weeks played Dark Souls and Elden Ring and Tunic. So if you want to see someone that keeps ramming his head into it and is successful in the end, then you're gonna enjoy Seek. Besides, Seek just had an update, and he now has wiggle ears. Look at those wiggly ears. It's important. Wiggle ears are important. I don't think there's anything more important than wiggle ears. Please make your ears wiggle. Isn't he a good bunny? But yeah, we're gonna raid Seek. We're gonna take care of our last match, and then I think we will say hi to the very good bean. And if you are interested, we're gonna be in VR chat later today. Gonna have some fun there, play some games, you know, just have a chill day in VR chat, just hang out. If you're interested in saying hi, then just scroll down a little. You will see that I have a VR chat link in my description. Just send me a friend request. And if you don't use VR chat, then let me tell you, you should. I will be happy to help you set things up. Just send me a message on Discord. All yours. VR chat doesn't need a VR headset. It doesn't need a good PC. All it needs is you and a little bit of time. And then you can come and spend time with cute beans too. So yeah, if you're interested in saying hi, just do so. I'd love to spend some time with you. But that's enough blabbering. Yeah, I feel like, Kara, you and me, we're always crossing over. It's like I always want to join you, but usually when you're online, I'm working, and when I'm online, you're working. We just gotta find like a day off together at some point. But let's go and say hi to Seek and Airy Buns and see if... And you can't play Tunic co-op, can you? I don't think so. No? It looks like they are playing co-op. No, they are not. Those were enemies. There were 2 enemies and 1 player. It would help if I could read those. Yeah, it's clear I'm ready for a weekend. I'm ready. Anyway, time to wrap up. Thank you, Beans. Thank you, Beans, so much for just being amazing. Thank you, Jakey and Kara and Avantlaws for the subs, and I think Seek too, yeah. And I don't know how I deserve it. I never know. But yes, you see the raid messages? Go ahead, copy them. And if you don't see a raid running, you know how Twitch is. Twitch does these things. Then please click on his link directly to visit him. And with that, I hope you all have a most fantastic weekend. Chill, relax, and just stay the awesome beans you are. I love you all. And I'll see you Monday. Bye bye, beans.